Hello, good morning. This is the moderator. Whenever you're ready, board members and new, we can go for a quick mic and camera check for you.
Okay,
Hey,
can you hear me?
you? Yes, loud and clear, and you can see you as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, this is the moderator. Good morning, Member Tebow. Whenever you're ready, we can have a quick mic and camera check for you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can see you and hear you as well. Thank you.
Great, thanks. I'll work on getting my background added.
Got it. This is the moderator. Now, whenever you're ready, hi, member Claudia, we can see you. If you want to go for a quick mic check as well.
Did you hear me?
Yes, I did.
Okay,
Thank you.
perfect. Thank you for the confirmation.
Good morning, member Cha. This is the moderator. Whenever you're ready, we can have a quick mic and camera check for you, please. We can see you. Member Cha, we can see you, but we cannot hear you. But your mic is still muted.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the June 24th through 25, 2026 board meeting. My name is Sang-Oh, President of the board. Before we convene, in the event of an emergency, there are two exits in this meeting room. The door you enter through and as well as the door on the side of the dais to my left. I would like to remind everyone present that the board is a consumer aid protection agency charged with administering and enforcing pharmacy law where protection of the public is inconsistent with other interests sought to be promoted. The protection of the public shall be paramount. As I facilitate this meeting, I will announce when we are accepting public comment. And as the meeting agenda details, the board has significant business to complete today, including time-sensitive closed session items. To ensure the board has sufficient time to complete all of its necessary work, I have advised the meeting moderator to allot 3 minutes to each individual providing comments. During some recent meetings, the board has faced time constraints resulting in deferral of discussions, and to address this, we may need to reduce public comment to 2 minutes during portions of the meeting. If such action is necessary, I will make an announcement and advise the meeting moderator. As a reminder, as included on agendas, the board provides contact information for individuals to provide written comments in advance of the meetings, should they so choose, at least in 48 hours in advance. Thank you to all of your understanding as the board takes action necessary to ensure it has sufficient time to complete all of its business. During public comment periods throughout the meeting, we will begin with public comments for individuals attending in person, followed by public comment by individuals participating via WebEx. This approach is necessary to facilitate this meeting. And before we get started, I would like to ask staff moderating the meeting to provide general instructions. Moderator?
Thank you. This is the moderator. If you would like to make comments on any agenda items throughout the meeting, you may look for the raise hand icon at the bottom of your WebEx screen. And if you are joining us by calling, you may press *3 to raise your hand. Request or comments will be called upon in the order they are received. Once your name is called up, please click on this prompt you'll receive on your screen to unmute yourself. For members of the public joining us via dial-in, you may press *6 to unmute yourself. You'll have 3 minutes with the 10-second warning, and time will be changed as advised by the president. Thank you so much. And we'll definitely be displaying instructions throughout. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. I would also like to remind individuals participating in the meeting via WebEx that, consistent with the board's policy and with implementation of the board's new learning management system, pharmacists and pharmacy technicians attending the meeting via WebEx tomorrow, June 25th, may be awarded up to 6 hours of CE. Please review the information on the agenda and follow the instructions provided to ensure you're eligible. You'll be required to register through the board's learning management system, PharmEd. I'd like to take a roll call to establish a quorum. I know today we got a lot of WebExers, so let me just go down with alphabetical order here with Jesse Crowley,
Licensee member present.
you, Jesse. Renee Barker.
Licensee member present.
Thank you, Renee. Jeanette Dong, I believe, is not joining today. Jeff Hughes.
Public member present.
Good morning, Jeff. KK Ja.
Licensee member present, and nobody over the age of 18 is present in this room.
Thank you, KK. Claudia Mercado.
Public member present, and there's nobody over the age of 18 present in this room.
Thank you, Claudia. Jay Newell.
Public member present.
Thank you, Jay. Ricardo Sanchez.
Ricardo Sanchez, public member.
Thank you, Ricardo. Satinder Sandhu.
Licensee member present, no one over the age of 18 present in the room.
Thank you, Satinder. Maria Serpa.
Licensee member present.
Thank you, Maria. Nicole Tebow.
Licensee member present, and no persons 18 years or older are present with me in the room at this time.
Thank you, Nicole. And licensee member, is present. A quorum has been established, but however, as a safeguard, I would like us to proceed with hoping our member Tebow can declare if you are okay. Nicole?
Yes, absolutely. I need to attend and participate remotely in the June 24th through 25th, 2026 meeting due to a chronic illness that makes travel very difficult.
Thank you, Nicole. I would like to make a motion for member Tebow to, based on member Tebow's description of the circumstances relating to their need to attend and participate in the June 24th and 25th meeting from a remote location, approve member Tebow's attendance and participation from a remote location at the June 24th through 25th, 2026 meeting, and authorize the member Tebow's attendance and participation from a remote location shall count toward the establishment of a quorum as permitted by Government Code Section 11123.2 J. May I get a second from our members? One of them? here?
Second.
Thank you, Jesse. Thank you, Ricardo. And then we are hoping for, do I have to do public comment on this too, Corinne?
I'm sorry, what was the
Do I
question?
have to do public comment because there was a motion?
Yes.
Okay, I don't remember doing that, but okay, I'll do it just to be safe. Okay, we're ready for public comment? In the room, this is just related to this motion. And then public comment in WebEx related to the motion I made.
Hi, this is the moderator. If you would like to make a comment on this motion, please click on the raise hand icon at the bottom of the WebEx screen. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. Seeing no comments, I turn the floor back to you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Jesse, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you, Renee.
Yes.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, KK.
Yes.
Thank you, Claudia.
Yes.
Thank you, Jay.
Yes.
Thank you, Ricardo.
Yes.
Thank you, Satinder.
Yes.
Thank you, Maria.
Yes.
Thank you, Nicole.
Yes.
Thank you, and I vote yes. Thank you, everyone. A quorum has been established. I truly appreciate everyone's time and commitment to the board and California consumers. We have a very full meeting. We're going to be locked in here for a long time today. I ask everyone participating today to be respectful of the work before the board today. We encourage participation by members of the public throughout our meetings at appropriate times. The board respectfully requests that when comments are provided, they're done so in a professional manner, consistent with how the board conducts its business. And before we move to the next agenda item, I would like to remind members participating via WebEx to please remain visible on camera throughout the open portion of today's meeting. If you need to temporarily turn off your camera due to challenges with internet connectivity, please remember to announce the reason for your non-appearance when you turn off your camera. Okay, we're ready for agenda item 2, public comments on items not on the agenda items for future meetings. We will now accept public comment for items not on the agenda. You're not required to identify yourself, but you may do so. I would like to remind everyone that the board cannot take action on these items except to decide whether to place an item on a future agenda. Accordingly, if your comment pertains to an item on the agenda for this meeting, please make your comment during the public comment period specific to that agendized item. Members, following review of the public comments for this agenda item, I will ask members to comment on what, if any, items should be placed on a future agenda. As a reminder, this agenda item is not intended to be a discussion, rather an opportunity for members of the board and members of the public to request consideration of an item for future placement on an agenda, at which time discussion may occur. We'll begin with public comment for items not on the agenda from individuals participating in person in Sacramento. If you could come up to the podium there, please, if you have any comments.
Good morning. I'm Steve Rosati. I'm a pharmacist from Hollister, and I'm here today to urge the board to address a critical safety gap regarding auxiliary labeling for prescription labels. I make these comments not only from a pharmacist and healthcare provider's point of view, but as a consumer. In 2009, the Board of Pharmacy made incredible strides in patient safety through establishing the patient-centered label improvements to Title 16, Section 1707.5. However, the vital safety warnings on auxiliary labeling or the auxiliary labels like take with food, do not drive, finish all medication, do not use other eye drops within so many minutes of the medication, they weren't addressed back in 2009 and have been completely left behind. I did bring some examples. Unfortunately, I couldn't include it with the pack of information because they were so bad they wouldn't copy. So anyway, I just brought it in case you want to take a look at it. Currently, these health improving warnings are entirely unstandardized on labels. Many pharmacies routinely print them in microscopic 2 to 4 font sized print, compressed lettering, and unbolded text, making them hard to read, and tape isn't always used to cover the label, so the printing is rubbed off easily, making it impossible to see. These warnings do become practically invisible, which is evident from the examples I brought from my personal vials from home. Current system relies entirely on pharmacy level formatting choices on the labels. And these improvements for auxiliary labeling for 17 years have not really occurred with auxiliary labeling. Just as the successful labeling changes took place in 2009 to protect the public, I respectfully request the board initiate the same process today to begin providing similar legibility standards to auxiliary labeling. These would be things like providing a minimum 6-point sans serif font size, not using compressed lettering, use bold printing. The labels will benefit from the board not allowing unnecessary information on the labels, such as DEA numbers, advertising, patient physician addresses, which only muddies the water and makes it difficult for people with seeing problems or reduced eye level vision. I also just wanted to state that I believe it's important enough for the board to maybe have just to make a special point of them to check labeling when they're during the inspections to see how visible the auxiliary labeling is. So thank you for your time and continuing commitment for patient safety.
Thank you for the comments, Mr. Rosati. Dr. Rosati? Doctor? Mr.?
Pharmacist Rosati.
Thank you, sir.
I'm from the old school.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Any other in-person comments in Sacramento? Seeing none, we're ready for WebEx.
This is the
I'm
moderator.
sorry, I'm distracted. Thank you for bringing this. Love looking at these real world examples. Sorry, and then I love that you have this huge, just magnifying glass here. So I'm distracted. I apologize.
This is the moderator. If you would like to make a comment in this agenda item, you may look for the raise hand icon at the bottom of your WebEx screen. If you're a calling public member, you may press star 3 to raise your hand. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. No comments, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you, moderator. Here you go, Jesse. I'm sorry. You're going to be distracted now. And then Ricardo. Okay. Members, do we have any comments after the public comment? Anybody?
I just want to echo what the commenter said. I mean, I've known this for a long time, obviously being in retail, but having these bottles in front of me really just emphasizes that. I mean, these are tiny, tiny
Yeah,
letters,
yeah.
and it's some of the most important part of medication labeling is the warning labels, and it's nearly impossible to read, honestly.
Thank you. Any members? All right. We'll definitely consider this. And thank you, Mr.
I was just going to echo what Jesse said. I really appreciate, that kind of information for us to be able to assist with patient safety when not everybody is able to have the consult, that you should have something that you could read that gives you tips on appropriate use and safety.
Thank you, Jeff. We'll definitely consider, and thank you, Mr. Rosati, for bringing that and bringing your own, looks like that's your own medication. So thank you for sharing.
One thing I do want to add to that too is that
Excuse me, I'm so sorry. We really can't have a discussion on
Okay.
this right now, so it's just, add items to the future.
Thank you.
perfect.
Thank
So
you.
have we confirmed we will add that for future agenda?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll figure out which committee and
you.
then go from there. Most likely, probably licensing, but we'll have to figure that out. Maybe Nicole's committee. I just keep adding work to that too. So we'll figure that out internally and go from there. All right. Thank you so much. And we're ready to move on to the next agenda item 3, recognition and celebration of pharmacists licensed in California for 40 years. The board's recognition of pharmacists licensed in California for 40 years or more is posted on our website, and pharmacists are provided with a certificate when they reach a significant milestone. Do we have any pharmacists in the meeting location or in the WebEx who have been a pharmacist for 40 years or more? You should be recognized. Come on up just to say few words of wisdom other than this, we just, and you don't have to, but you just. Oh, sure. Yeah.
I'll just say our training in the old days is just as important then as it is today. And we don't forget, and I just appreciate the opportunity to,
This side.
oh,
This side, we're gonna take a picture.
Oh.
Yeah. And here's your hand. There you go. Oh. Thank you for coming, sir. Here's the pin.
Congratulations.
There you go. Thank you so much.
okay. Anyway, I appreciate you letting the public speak and give our 2 cents. Thank you.
Yay. All right. Anyone in WebEx?
As a moderator, if you would like to raise your hand. If you have been in the pharmacy more than 40 years, please click on the raise hand icon at the bottom of your WebEx screen. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. Raise hand. I turn the floor back to you, President Rowe.
Thank you so much, moderator. Okay, thank you to all.
Yeah, I just want to say congratulations also coming from Hollister here too. So
Nice. Thank you. All righty. Thank you so much to all the pharmacists who's been a pharmacist for 40 years of service to California, and all the pharmacists and all the healthcare professionals out there. Thank you for all you do. Next is moving on to agenda item 4, discussion of and possible action to approve meeting minutes. Included in the meeting materials are draft minutes for 2 meetings. We'll begin with the April 29th through 30th, 2026 board meeting. Members, I welcome your comments on the draft minutes, and I will also entertain a motion to approve the April 29th through 30th, 2026 meeting minutes. Members?
This is Jesse. I move to approve the April 29th through 30th, 2026 board meeting minutes as presented in the meeting materials.
Thank you, Jesse. Do we have second?
I'll second.
Thank you,
Yes,
Jeff.
second.
Oh. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you, KK. Thanks. Thank you. Thanks for coming, KK, despite your sickness, illness. I appreciate your time. And thank you, guys. All right. So we are ready for public comment in Sacramento. We're ready for public comment in WebEx.
Hi, this is the moderator. If you would like to make a comment on this agenda item, you may refer to using an icon at the bottom of your WebEx screen. And if you are calling public member, you may press *3 to raise your hand. We are displaying instructions and we give you a moment. See no comments, our agenda floor back to you.
Thank you so much, moderator. We are ready for vote. Jesse, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you, Renee.
Yes.
Thank you, Jeanette. Is not here. Jeff?
Yes.
Thank you, Jeff. KK?
Yes.
Thank you, KK. Claudia?
Yes.
Thank you, Claudia. Jay?
Yes.
Thank you, Jay. Ricardo?
Yes.
Thank you, Ricardo. Satinder?
Yes.
Thank you, Satinder. Maria?
Yes.
Thank you, Nicole?
Yes.
Thank you, and I vote yes. Motion passes. Moving to the next minutes for our review, which are draft minutes from May 19th, 2026 Disciplinary Petition Committee meeting. I welcome your comments on the draft minutes, and I also entertain a motion to approve the May 19th, 2026 minutes. Members, we have a motion. Any comments?
This is Nicole. I'll motion to approve the May 19th, 2026 Disciplinary Petition Committee meeting minutes as presented in the meeting materials.
Thank you, Nicole. Do we have a second? Anyone? Second? Hello?
Second.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Ricardo. All righty, we're ready for public comment in Sacramento. Ready for public comment in WebEx?
Hey, this is the moderator. If you would like to make a comment on the motion, you may look for the raise hand icon at the bottom of your WebEx screen. And if you are calling public member, you may press *3 to raise your hand. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. See no raised hands, I return the floor back to you, President Joel.
Thank you so much. We are ready for vote. Jesse, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you, Jesse. Renee?
Yes.
Thank you, Jeanette. Is not here.
Yeah.
Jeff?
Here. Yes.
Thank you, KK.
Yes.
Thank you, Claudia.
Yes.
Thank you, Jay.
Yes.
Thank you, Ricardo.
Yes.
Thank you, Satinder.
Yes.
Thank you, Maria.
Yes.
Thank you, Nicole.
Yes.
Thank you, and I vote yes. Motion passes. All right, next agenda item 5, report by the California Department of Consumers. I would like to welcome Miss Judy Bucciarelli. Woo! Bucciarelli, spell Bucciarelli, Board and Bureau Relations with the Department of Consumer Affairs to provide an update from the department. Thank you for coming today, Miss Bucciarelli. The floor is yours.
You're welcome. Okay, everyone can hear me okay? First time presenting from the podium.
Now you have to give a speech. I'm just kidding.
Okay. All right. Well, good morning, board members and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to provide the DCA update this morning. My first update is regarding agency, the secretary announcement. On May 12th, Governor Newsom announced the appointment of Rohit Chopra as Secretary of California's new Business and Consumer Services Agency, which officially launches on July 1. Secretary Chopra previously served as Director of the U.S. Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and as Commissioner of the Federal Trade Commission, where he led major efforts to crack down on junk fees, corporate misconduct, and unfair practices harming consumers and small businesses. We are excited to welcome Secretary Chopra and look forward to carrying out our consumer protection mission under his leadership. We will continue to keep Board and Bureau leadership informed about the upcoming agency reorganization. Next, I have a return to office update for staff. DCA, along with other state departments, will transition back to 4 days a week in office beginning July 1, consistent with the governor's executive order, which was originally to take effect on July 1, 2025. DCA issued a department-wide email with guidance surrounding telework agreements. As we prepare for this transition, DCA would like to recognize board leadership's efforts and partnership as we work together to support staff. And last, I have a few training updates. The first one is for board member orientation training, and this applies to people who are newly appointed or reappointed members on the board. Board member orientation training, also known as BMOT, will take place today and on October 21st. BMOT is an all-day virtual training which must be completed by board members within 1 year of appointment and reappointment to the board. Please register for the first available date to be in compliance. The next training is defensive driver training, and this will apply to you if you use your personal vehicle on state business, back and forth to board meetings, what have you. On May 26, DCA launched its internal defensive driver training and now available in the department's learning management system, also known as LMS. This training is mandatory for state employees, including board and bureau members who operate vehicles on official state business. So with that, I'm going to say this also applies when you're renting vehicles. So I guess this is a mandatory training for everybody, for all board members and bureau. If you have any questions on accessing LMS, or if you would like to check or make sure you are in compliance with mandated training requirements, please contact us at memberrelations@dca.ca.gov. In closing, and on behalf of the department, I would like to thank you for your service and dedication to protect the consumers of California. And at this time, I'll turn the meeting back to President O, and I am happy to answer any questions from the
Thank
board.
you, Ms. Bucciarelli. I'm sure everybody did defensive driver course. It's very fun. I think it's worth all your time. I learned a lot, actually, believe it or not. So I think everybody should do it. Any member comments from Ms. Bucciarelli?
Thank you for being here this morning. We appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, everyone. And then we're ready for public comment in Sacramento. Ready for public comment in WebEx?
This is the moderator. If you would like to make a comment on the DCA update, you may look for the raise hand icon at the bottom of your WebEx screen. And if you're a call-in public member, you may press *3 to raise your hand. We are displaying instructions, and we'll give you a moment. Any comments? I turn the floor back to you, President Joy.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Bucciarelli. Thanks for coming. Okay, members, here we go. Next agenda 6 is discussion and development of and possible action to approve board strategic plan for 2027 through 2031. As you may recall, during the board's January 26 through 27, 2026 board meeting, we received a presentation from the California Department of Consumer Affairs providing an introduction on the strategic planning process we're undertaking today. As a precursor to our work today, the department's Solid Planning Solutions Unit conducted an environmental scan. The meeting materials include the results of the environmental scan. Before I turn the meeting over to Solid, I would like to sincerely thank everyone, stakeholders, board staff, and board members for participating in the survey that served as a foundation for our discussion today. And basically everybody. And thank you to Sarah and Tricia for all your work to prepare for our discussion today. And we look forward to giving us, guiding us through the process. And if you guys didn't realize, Sarah and Tricia are usually moderators for our meetings. And they're here today in different capacity to walk us through this fun process. This could take 5 hours. This could take 30 minutes. We'll see where we land. It's up to you all. Thank you.
All right, give me one moment while I get the presentation going. All right. And unfortunately, with WebEx, I usually have multiple screens, but today I only have one, so my screen's a little crowded. But welcome to the strategic planning session for the Board of Pharmacy. Is it presenting? Okay, yes, it is.
Members, can everyone see it okay on your screens? And then for people in the room, there are a couple of monitors as well.
Great. All right, so I'm Sarah Irani. I am a strategic business analyst and facilitator with Solid. You've probably heard me on some of the WebEx meetings, and I've also done interviews with a couple of you for the strategic planning process. I also have my co-facilitator with me.
Tricia St. Clair, also strategic business analyst and facilitator with Solid.
So our role today is we're a neutral party. We don't represent, the board. We don't represent the consumers. We're just a neutral party providing information. We're just providing structure and documenting the discussion today. We do ask while we're talking today that, we'll just check for understanding, and we're not going to try wordsmithing today. We're going to do spelling and grammar later. If we wordsmith today, we'll be here all day. So we're mostly just going to be capturing concepts and brainstorming. This is like a first draft. This isn't the final product. We do ask that you try to minimize distractions. Please silence your cell phone. Try not to check too many emails. We do ask that everyone try to contribute. And the other thing that we also ask is that people try to reach a consensus. Sometimes there's a lot of back and forth. And usually what we ask is that if there's a lot of discussion on something, ask yourself, is this something that I can live with? And if so, then, we'll take that and just kind of move on. All right, so we do have a bit of a packed agenda today for strategic planning. We're going to review diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. We'll review the strategic planning process, very briefly go over the environmental scan, which you should have gotten with your board member packets, and then we'll be developing strategic objectives. We did do some pre-work with the EO and the board president. So there is some stuff kind of already created that we'll kind of review and make sure that these are items that we do want included in the strategic plan. So not too much for development. We've done a lot of the pre-work already.
I have a question
Yes.
regarding the process, because I think I asked this question last time that we did this. When or how is the current plan looked at to see which things we want to carry over? Rather than, today I think we're talking about new information from the scan, the environmental scan. But there's really ongoing work going on current goals. And so I just wanted to make sure we have some time to talk about which ones should continue.
We can do that. So typically with strategic planning, you usually don't want to carry information over because your last strategic plan was, was it 4 years or 5 years?
5
5 years.
But
Okay,
also, can I just?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So as part of our develop objectives, Maria, anything can still be, in my opinion.
But we don't have that readily available. I mean, I could look up because I'm more involved with the enforcement and compounding. So I know what my 10 objectives were there, and there are probably like 3 or 4 that are really important.
Still relevant.
Yes, and I'm sure every committee has the same thing. So I think at some point it'd really be nice to be able to have a side-by-side compare and say, oh, these 2 things really should flip over.
So
That's my question about
I'm
process.
gonna let Sarah address that part.
Yeah.
Because I asked the same question during the meeting. So go ahead. Yes.
Yeah, because I think I asked it the last time we did this too, because it's, I am afraid that we're going to lose momentum on work that's ongoing.
So we typically recommend not carrying items over just because it is, most of the time, for like other clients and stuff, the information that you want to be working with is current information and your strategic plan is older information. However, I will put a caveat with the compounding stuff since it's so new and there's so many things that you want to continue on. I have a feeling that maybe there might, if while we're discussing today, maybe there are some items that you still want to carry over, in which case that will probably be okay.
Yeah, I just was, because I'm just a process question. So I'm just hoping that at some time during this process that you're walking us through, that we could have a side-by-side compare. So, you know, when we're looking at a draft, that we actually compare last year's and go, oh, look, these 2-3 things over here didn't make it into the draft. Let's move them over. So as long as that's somewhere in the process for us, I'd appreciate that.
Unfortunately, not today.
No, I understand. Today we're working on new stuff.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah,
But
yeah.
I just put a pin in it because I just don't want to lose that because, yeah. there's
Yeah, and I'll work,
some history.
yeah, I'll work offline with Anne on
Yeah,
that.
thank you.
What I would recommend also, Maria, is that I know that I don't want to create so many distraction, but confession, I have the old one pulled up. So
Yeah, so it
I'm-
would be
I'm-
nice to have that in the meeting materials so we could look at it. I can find my copy too.
they purposely didn't want us to,
Mine,
you know, just because this is a new, we're creating a kind of a new baby mind.
yeah. Well, the emphasis on the new materials. I understand that. That's where the emphasis should be.
But
when I
what-
get to my section, I will
what I
make
was
sure I
gonna-
have my part up.
What I was gonna say is that any objectives we've had in the last round can be reborn into the issues that are kind of intersecting with what's highlighted, because there are a lot of objectives, and you'll see from the preliminary slides that we have kind of come up with that some of them are kind of carrying over in a new way. So totally understand your concern.
And if you do have the old strategic plan in front of you while we're working shopping today, and you want to carry something over, just let me know the number. I'll write it down and then I'll go look it up after the meeting today. Just because I want to make sure we get through everything. I don't want to hold you here the entire day. All right. So we'll be doing a quick diversity, equity, and inclusion accessibility overview. As part of the governor's order N1622, Governor Newsom asked for state agencies to consider equity in policies and decisions, and part of that includes strategic planning. This was issued in 2022. Department of Consumer Affairs issued a DEIA steering committee in 2022. And the steering committee's mission statement is to create a California Department of Consumer Affairs for all. And so what we've been kind of doing in response to the executive order is we've been including diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility questions at the end of the strategic planning survey that goes out to stakeholders. We also have an optional demographics question that stakeholders can answer. And that's also in your environmental scan if you kind of want to look at some of the demographics for what your stakeholders responded. Additionally, what we also do is we allow, public comment during the strategic planning process. And we also get input from a diverse set of stakeholders in the environmental scan portion. So those are some of the things that we've been doing for DEIA. And I've been saying the acronym DEIA a lot, but just as a refresher for anyone, we're gonna define the definition of that acronym. The D stands for diversity, and this is the inherent and acquired qualities, characteristics, and experiences that make us unique as individuals and the groups to which we belong. E is equity. This is creating paths to equal outcomes by recognizing that some people and communities have unequal starting points driven by different histories, historical treatment, circumstances, strengths, and needs. Inclusion, this is the practice to maintain a positive environment where all individuals feel recognized, understood, and valued. And lastly, we have accessibility. And this is designing systems, environments, and experiences so that people of all abilities can access and engage with them, including people with disabilities. Oftentimes, while we're going through the DIA process, people often confuse equality and equity with each other, but they are two different things. Equality is providing the same equal treatment to everyone, whereas equity is creating pathways to equal outcomes. And you can kind of see that in this visual here on the slide. On the left-hand side, we have everyone's given the same, little podium to watch the soccer game or football if you're in the UK. And because they're given each the same size podium, it doesn't necessarily meet everyone's needs. It's way too much for the person on the left, and on the right, the person on the right still can't even see over the fence. However, when equity is applied, everyone's given a podium to meet their own individual needs, and they can all see and watch the game together. All right. So next we have a short 3-minute video on unconscious bias. And unconscious bias is something that we all just inherently have, but it is something that we can mitigate. And this video kind of goes over how we can try to mitigate this unconscious bias. And I'm hoping the video plays the audio. It's a little quiet in the beginning, but I'm gonna go ahead and click it now.
The unconscious mind is amazing. It can process vastly more information than our conscious mind by using shortcuts based on our background, cultural environment, and personal experiences to make almost instantaneous decisions about everything around us. The snag is, it's wrong quite a lot of the time, especially on matters that need rational thinking. Here's a classic example. A bat and a ball cost £1 10 pence. If the bat costs £1 more than the ball, how much does the ball cost? Most people, including over 50% of students at some of the world's leading universities, get the answer wrong and say 10 pence. The answer is actually 5 pence. Many of us choose 10 pence without thinking. This is because our unconscious mind uses instinct, not analysis. So our unconscious is fallible. It's also biased. It makes snap judgments of people we meet, categorizing them according to gender, social and other characteristics. In milliseconds, we judge whether somebody is like us and belongs to our in-group. These are the people we favor. So men might favor men, while women might favor women. However, we can belong to different in-groups, and we like to be part of an in-group that's powerful, which could mean a woman favoring a man over a woman. That's unconscious bias. All of us have it, and it colors our decisions without our realizing. For example, research reveals that if I were a man, you would be more likely to be nodding in agreement right now because people pay more attention to a male voice. The Royal Society fosters excellence in science, but this can only be achieved if we select from the widest range of talent. And that's not possible if unconscious bias is narrowing down the field for non-scientific reasons. To lessen the impact of unconscious bias, which is easier for us to notice in others, we are raising the awareness of unconscious bias to members of our selection and appointment panels. We're encouraging panel members to deliberately slow down decision-making, reconsider reasons for decisions, question cultural stereotypes, and monitor each other for unconscious bias. We can't cure unconscious bias, but with self-awareness, we can address it.
All right, and then we just have a slide, just kind of go over those points that they made at the very end about managing unconscious bias. Just because they kind of sneak it in at the very end, it goes by fast. But just some of the things you can do to manage unconscious bias: deliberately slow down decision-making, reconsider reasons for decision, question cultural stereotypes, and monitor each other for unconscious bias. All right. While we're going through the diversity, equity, inclusion, accessibility process in the environmental scan, we've noticed we often get pushback. And typically this is either due to misinformation or just not understanding exactly what DIA is. So we're just going to dispel some of the common myths that we've encountered in DIA. Our first one is that DIA, our first myth is DIA is only about race and gender and excludes certain people, specifically white men. So we have about 20 different things that make up who we are. They can be, you know, the language you speak or where you grew up. And when DIA is authentically implemented, we're considering all of those things. We are more than just our race and gender. And there's supposed to be no inclusion or exclusion. Oh, I skipped a slide. There we go. Our second myth is that DIA is a zero-sum divisive game to create winners and losers. DIA is a growth mindset. And so when it is authentically implemented, we are creating more opportunities for everyone. To think that someone, in order to gain, someone else must lose is based on a destructive mindset. And with DIA being implemented, this is not the case. And then our last myth is DIA means recruiting unqualified people. And this is based around a destructive trend where people were making tokenized hiring decisions. However, DIA is about casting a wider net for people who, you know, may have not even thought to try to apply for something just because they didn't, you know, realize it was something that they could do. So to think that there are no qualified candidates in a position is just incorrect. All right. And on top of that, there are also many other benefits to implementing DIA, and we have a couple statistics here. When DIA is implemented, and when employees believe that their organization is committed to diversity, they feel included and innovation increases by 83%. Teams that follow inclusive processes make decisions 2 times faster and in half as many meetings. So hopefully today we can complete stuff faster. Additionally, companies with more diverse and inclusive teams have a 22% lower turnover rate than those without. So as you can see, the statistics kind of speak for themselves when it comes to implementing DIA. In addition, we are implementing this because of the governor's executive order as well. So when it comes to the strategic planning process, while we're kind of like reviewing things, a couple things you may want to ask yourself. When we are looking at a proposal, we may want to assess for diversity, make sure that, you know, everyone is kind of included. Who benefits from a decision? And here we want to assess for inclusion. Who may be burdened? And here we want to assess for equity, and what different needs are there. And here we'll assess for accessibility. A couple examples, and this is not specifically for this board, but just kind of generally for all our clients. Sometimes when a new exam is being proposed, you may need to, some people need to consider, okay, is this only available in Northern California? Will it affect people in Southern California? Or if licensing fees are going up, is that a burden to licensees? So just a couple things to kind of keep in mind. All right. And here we'll do a quick little icebreaker just to kind of get everyone's minds refreshed. What do you, we're gonna do a little word association thing. And what do you think of when you hear the word strategic? And typically I would have you write on something, but I want to be inclusive of our online board members. So I'm just gonna have you either raise your hand or just kind of speak out on what you think of when you hear the word strategic.
Don't be shy. There's no wrong answers.
Not all at once.
I was thinking a positive outcome.
Go ahead. What was that, Claudia? Oh, sorry.
Oh, positive outcome? That was my first.
Positive outcomes?
Something that is well thought out.
Something that's targeted and orchestrated for a specific purpose.
All right.
Kind of the same thing.
All right, all really good answers. What Trisha and I like to do is we kind of like to think of strategic planning as a roadmap, or, like a guide, that kind of tell you exactly, where we are now, where we're going, and how we're going to get there. And strategic planning answers these three questions with your mission, vision, and values, the environmental scan, your goals and objectives, and then lastly, the action plan. You can also kind of think of your strategic plan as like a house, where your mission, values, and vision are the foundation of your organization. They're not going to change very often. It basically tells you exactly who you are as an organization. Whereas your goals, which are your day-to-day functions, licensing, compliance, legislation, regulation, these are like the walls of your house that kind of create structure for your organization. And then your objectives, which are what we're going to be developing today in the strategic plan, are like curtains, your furniture. You switch them out every 3 to 5 years, the length of your strategic plan.
People
and
switch curtains every 3 to 5 years there? I don't think so.
I mean, I do. Well, I
I'm
guess
just
I
kidding.
just moved, so yes. But for some people, they switch out furniture often, especially with how quickly they degrade nowadays. But your objectives are kind of things that are going to change out more often based on new information. This mouse is just very eager to get through stuff because I feel like I'm clicking once and it's clicking twice. All right. So this is your current mission statement. And your mission statement tells you exactly, who you are as an organization and what you do. And we do have a slight change from this current one. And I'm going to put up the slide that has them back to back together so you can see. So on the left-hand side here, we have our current mission statement, which is the California State Board of Pharmacy protects, promotes, and advocates for the health and safety of Californians by pursuing the highest quality of pharmacist care and the appropriate use of pharmaceuticals through education, communication, licensing, legislation, regulation, and enforcement. Made a few tweaks on the right-hand side for a suggested mission statement, which is to say, protect, promote, and advocate for the health and safety of all Californians by pursuing high-quality pharmacist care and the appropriate use of medication through education, communication, licensing, legislation, regulation, and compliance. How do we feel about this suggested mission statement? Does it seem a little bit more streamlined?
Yeah, it just seems more digestible and easy to even repeat back.
I like the word compliance. It's a nicer word, but I wanted to have maybe some discussion about the use of the word medication, because I think I'm a pharmacist, so as a pharmacist, we've also often struggled with the scope. Pharmaceuticals was in the old one, medication is there. Sometimes people use drugs, they use all sorts of, what you call them, synonyms. And so I'm not quite sure which the best synonym is for that concept.
And the hope was to move forward from pharmaceuticals and to come up with something else that is.
Yeah, I agree. I think there should be, but it'd be interesting to have maybe when there's public comment, they can also comment on that word at some point when we review it in more. I know right now we're just brainstorming. I'm just hoping that medications is not too narrow because some people don't think of natural products or normal saline, for example, as a medication and, kind of definitions.
Can we get
And
some
this
help
is-
from our lawyers maybe? Oh, go
Oh,
ahead.
no, I just wanted to say, like, I feel like with our standard of care and the broad scope of what it means for high quality pharmacist care, that we don't use the term, like maybe strike and the appropriate use of medication, just by pursuing high quality pharmacist care through education, communication, licensing. I mean, I don't know if we would add another activity in there, but like, I don't know. I mean, certainly pharmacists are known for medications, but at this point, there's there's a expanded look, like higher, so I don't know if that does limit it. See what anybody else thinks.
So Renee, you're thinking maybe strike out and the appropriate use of medication? Strike it out?
Yes. I don't know what anybody else thoughts.
I would agree with that. I was going down the same route, knowing that we are transitioning to standard of care. The scope has expanded so much and it will continue to expand, I imagine. And so I think that's pretty concise, and I think it captures basically the future of pharmacy as well.
The only thing that I'm a little concerned is that it's not just a pharmacist that's providing care. So that's
Yeah.
where I'm a little
Yeah.
bit.
That was going to be another thought was, you know, we
Yeah.
do have technicians, so.
So how do we encompass that?
Could it be pharmacy care? And I'm agreeing with that strikeout part because we want to keep the definitions broad enough to have not just the medicine, but possibility of using some equipment in providing that care, like inhaler or solutions or nebulizing solutions, and plain old pharmacist's advice on drug-drug interactions and not. So keeping something broad like pharmacy care, and that will take care of both the licensee part type, pharmacist and technician.
Thoughts,
I
members?
guess you know, like, so I am on the licensing, you know, pharmacy is a licensed facility. Like, I feel like that's maybe not quite the word we want, because it's the individual
People.
care and people, and it is our pharmacists. I agree, you know, technicians, how to, you know, if we incorporate that, but I just feel like if we say pharmacy, that is not quite right.
So we're not the first to have this discussion, so I think it's often beneficial to look at other organizations and what words that they use. So I'm just going to read some of the words that I've seen is pharmacy practice advancement and improved patient care. The other one is, it talks about enhanced medication management, and then it talks about quality medications and pharmacy services for all patients. So those are just a few that other organizations have used to reach this concept. And I think we should be broad and look at, because lots of people have spent many, many hours discussing this exact issue. We're not going to solve it in 2 minutes.
I appreciate that input, Maria. I actually like high quality pharmacy. What did we say? Pharmacy practice, maybe?
So
By pursuing high quality pharmacy practice, strike out the appropriate use of medication.
I think we should keep pharmacist care somehow, though.
So the one that talks to Jesse is, and it actually falls into like the standard of care too, because the comment is pharmacy practice advancement and improved patient care. Which kind of, I automatically thought about standard of care, but that's, I think, a link that would be nice to have be intuitive there too.
I know Trisha, sorry, Sarah, whichever's typing like madly over there, trying to capture what we're talking. Where are we at now?
So I made a duplicate slide and I copied the suggested one and have it over here and added pursuing high pharmacy practice, advancement, and improved patient care through education, communication, et cetera.
High pharmacy practice.
See, instead of high pharmacy practice is pharmacy practice advancement is probably not the right word, because then they think about roles and scope.
Yeah.
That's not the right word, but yeah, now I'm stuck then. Because we don't want to imply anything that we're not trying to imply.
I think the pharmacist care should stay in there because with our standard of care, our emphasis was really trying to make it more about the pharmacist practice and what they get to do, decoupling from pharmacy. So that's my hope here with that. Adding on to that is fine, but I think we need to keep high quality pharmacist care and maybe something else.
Yeah, I think high quality care should be in there. It just, yeah.
So just
Here, the last bullet point down here that is something to consider is, we're talking about a lot about medication importation and safety and so quality medications and pharmacy services for all patients. So that implies quality of the product and quality of the service.
Oh, that's a great suggestion, Maria. Yeah.
Do you mind repeating that one again?
It's well, and also says in this, I'm just reading for online, looking at other people's, it says access
We can't
to quality
plagiarize, just kidding.
medications and pharmacy services. So that word adds another dimension. Access to quality medications and pharmacy services for all patients. That sounds like mom and apple pie.
Those quality medications and
Pharmacy service.
pharmacy services. Thank you. For all patients.
I think all Californians is already in there.
Oh, that is.
Let's see
Okay,
if I can
let's
take
think
that
through
paper health and-
after she writes it out.
We don't have the word pharmacist in there or pharmacy.
What's that, Renee?
We have pharmacies, I guess, services. Okay.
Oh,
So I'm still hesitant on the pharmacist care piece.
Oh.
I mean, even just knowing, technicians can administer
Mm.
immunizations now, their scope may change as well. And pharmacists aren't the only ones providing care.
yes.
Mm.
So
see.
I lean more towards like a pharmacy service type thing versus a pharmacist care.
Okay. And you gotta speak up. You're a magician of words, as you know. Why are you saying silent? Come on, chime in, please, Miss Sodogran.
So potentially instead of pharmacy, potentially pharmacist and pharmacy personnel?
I like that, but
So I'm also looking at some of the discussions we've had in different committees that are not people related. And I'm not saying that we are necessarily trying to take the people out of pharmacy, but some of the things we even have on our agenda about APDS locations and technology and those kinds of things. So those are more than the personnel. I would like to have something a little bit more broad or even additive than to make it just that we're not just about medication safety and people. We're about the system, the process, I guess.
all right. So I think I need a little help because there's a lot of different thoughts going on. And okay, so let's just kind of reset and go from okay, thank you, Sarah. Yeah, it's getting a little
Do you think it would be helpful to open it for public comment and get some feedback and then reconvene as a board?
so we decided to just because of for the
Oh.
purposes of
Time.
time and the way that things we were gonna do that at the end. Yeah.
Okay.
You should just.
I got a question. Can I a question before we go?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
So the way this is written right now, and first, am I correct that a pharmacist can administer a vaccine, for example?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so from what I'm reading, it says access to quality medications, but it doesn't have anything about administration of anything. It doesn't, so if we use a word like care to kind of engulf the whole thing, it seems like it'd be less restrictive.
Quality care.
Let me read it again. Hold on. Advocate for health.
Quality care.
Quality care and pharmacy personnel. Yeah. Yes.
Think if we took out the pharmacists and pharmacy
Yeah.
personnel and just leave it as quality care through education, communication, et cetera, I think this might be good.
It doesn't say what kind of care. I mean, we're not going to try to do physician. I mean, it has a lot to do with how this is going to be interpreted about scope also, you know,
Well, I think that's covered by us being Board of Pharmacy, don't you think? Hopefully. I mean, we're not going to be like storming down on, medical board. Just be like,
well, how do you define care?
well, that's by design, I think, to be broad, isn't it? Just so that it encompasses everything.
we'll see.
Medications, people, pharmacy care, technicians working.
You do kind of want your mission statement to be a little bit of like an elevator pitch. Like you can,
Are we going up to 100th floor? 5th floor.
This is the first floor, from floor 2 to floor 1.
And speak up. What were you going to say? You were going to say something? Okay. Our magician of the words.
Yeah, as a public board member, as I read it, more like an elevator pitch and for the public, it just seems very like we're very approachable. And it
We
does.
are or we're not,
It
Claudia?
seems like we are approachable, and to me,
Okay.
it seems like as a public board member and thinking about the general public, that it's clear what we do. Those are just my thoughts. The language is straightforward, but very focused and simple at the same time.
Okay, let's read it one more time because
I feel like this is a broad enough to really, it does encompass what so far the discussion's been. I think adding that quality care to education, quality care encompasses, I think, administering
right?
or, I think it's broad
immunization,
enough.
medications over the
Yes.
counter. Yes.
I
What-
feel like pursuing access is not the phrase. I don't know what pursuing. Oh, okay.
Oh, I think access was supposed to not be there then after this,
Mm.
right?
I think we're all about access.
Yeah.
Access, quality, safety.
Yeah.
We talk about that a lot.
By accessing, just simply by accessing quality.
No,
care?
not accessing, but having access
Oh.
to
I see.
both medications and services.
Advancing access.
Or creating access.
You could have the
Yes.
the best service in the world, but it's only for the top 1%. That's not
Fac-
our goal.
Yeah, get rid of pursuing.
fac- Facilitating.
Enhancing.
Enhancing. Oh, that's a good word.
What do we feel about supporting access?
I like enhancing a little better
Yeah,
because I
enhancing.
think
Yeah, I think
I think
enhancing
it,
was
like,
good.
access
it's more of a
is
reach.
something that evolves and we
Enhancing,
often have to change
advancing.
over time.
So
Yeah.
let's read. Protect, promote, and advocate for the health and safety. By the way, how long has this not been changed? And my unofficial historian for the Board of Pharmacy. It's been a while, right? So look at us going up to the 100th floor of the Empire State Building here. So
With this, we only need 3 floors.
So, how do we feel about this? Kind of captures what we're going for?
just one sec. Let's just all read through one more time.
Yeah.
Health and
And this is
safety.
just the draft, right? So we can always revisit, but this feels good. to me.
Yes.
Depending on the approach we take today at the end of the meeting, this could be basically like kind of, yeah, but we could also, if you all want to review, we could take that approach after on another meeting. Protect, promote, and advocate for the health and safety of all Californians by enhancing access to quality care through education.
How do we feel about adding, I like quality care, but quality pharmacy care or quality pharmaceutical care so that we keep the word pharmacy in there somewhere? Because right now doesn't say anything about pharmacy.
I agree, but I would not use the word pharmaceutical. That's
Yeah.
so,
That's an industry kind of word.
but that's also so passé. That's kind of like so 30 years ago.
So the reason why this was suggested change was just because of the word pharmaceutical, so we cannot, I don't want to bring that back.
Sure, I think pharmacy works well.
Yeah. Okay, better.
All right. In that case, I'm going to highlight this green, so it's mostly good. And if we're ready, we can move on to the values.
Ready?
And I apologize for our online board members. I can't see you on my screen.
I'm
So
monitoring.
please speak up.
I'm monitoring, yes.
Okay,
I'm
thank
monitoring
you.
for you, Sarah, yes.
All right.
All right.
So we'll move on to our values, and your values are basically, how, or things that you value as an organization and, things that you adopt in your day-to-day functions. So we did have one suggested edit, which was adding diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility as a value. How do we like this? Do we want to add any others or remove anything? Typically 5 is a good number of values to have. If you have too many, then people ask, do you actually value anything if you
What about the idea of having the first value as public protection first?
Okay. And right now they're currently in alphabetical order. So if we if we want a specific order, I'll make a note of that.
If you really want to feel strong about that being the first, Jeff, I will let my OCD be and just tolerate the letting be the all.
Is it all about alphabetical order? I mean, is that what?
Just the alphabetical order seems to be
Well, sorry.
I disagree.
I feel like values, like they're all equal.
Yes. So
We shouldn't have one
Wherever it's at.
over
but
the
okay,
other.
Jay shaking his head,
we
so
do
maybe
tend to
not.
have alphabetized, but
Something from an online board member that was talking.
The Tinder.
Yeah, I think I agree with it that all are important. So
Okay, but it does sound like we want to add public protection as a value. Is that correct?
yes.
Okay, I'm going to.
Oh, Jay, go ahead.
Yeah, to be the disagreeable one, but I am a lot. I do agree that they're all important, but typically when the viewer sees something in order, sort of like symptoms or side effects, there's usually a hierarchy that's inherent to how we perceive things, regardless of whether or not they're equal. So in my mind, I would kind of go with Jeff's first instinct, which is we are a public protection agency. So listing public protection at the top seems like the sort of natural, inherent way to create something for the viewer to see that as the first priority. Everything else, I think, can be tied for first or whatever, but there's just two different, it's one thing for me to declare that these things are all the same. And it's another thing with everything else in our society having hierarchy of size, hierarchy of text, hierarchy of line weight. Like if I look at something that's bolded, it has a different hierarchy than something that's not, and then to pretend that doesn't exist in this instance.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion is bolded just because of.
Oh yeah.
Just because that's the new.
I'm not speaking to that directly.
Oh.
I'm speaking to anything. If you read a newspaper, there's a pull quote, and it's a pull quote for a reason. Anything that we look at, we just had a whole conversation about having information which we would not say is hierarchically better or worse on a medication bottle that's in a 2-point font. There's a reason that other things are bolded and that those things need to be at that level. That's all I'm saying. So I'm just saying from a viewer's perspective, at least in my mind, there's a natural inherent hierarchy, whether or not I want to say there is.
My OCD go, Jay. Yes. Okay.
I will add to
okay.
that. I honestly didn't even notice it was in alphabetical order until someone said something.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I actually understand where Jay is coming from in that I wouldn't have noticed that.
So we're okay. Public protection being the first, and the rest just.
Can I
being-
jump in?
Yeah, that's
first?
fine.
Okay,
On
Nicole.
that one? I don't think we should actually add public protection because public protection is what we do and values are how we do it. So it doesn't really fit. Everything else is we do it compassionately. We do
That's a
it
good
with
point.
integrity, and public protection isn't really the same thing. So I don't think it belongs here. I think it belongs in what we're talking about, but I don't think values is the place for it.
Interesting thought. Okay, we're gonna have to hash that out, everybody.
Yeah, it didn't really strike me as a value. I think the values is like our deep core of kind of how we want to be identified by the public as a legislative body, right? Enforcing licensing and these things. So how are we being perceived? Like, what are the things that define us? For example, maybe you have some thoughts here, Nicole, but the word compassion, I read it, but how do we explain even the word compassion if that's what we do? So I think, we can dive a little bit deeper into what we have and why they're there and maybe have that conversation really briefly.
Members.
As a license, like if somebody that's licensed, how do you, as a pharmacist, how do you practice compassion? Or are we talking more about the body, right? Like us.
Value.
Oh, it's us.
Us, right.
This organization.
Because
That kind of threw me for a second, the word compassion, but I think of that, it is something we do all the time when we are doing disciplinary activities, when we're doing inspections, when we're doing licensing, people out of state. It seems like it's something that's a thread that runs through everything we do. At least what I hear from office staff and from leadership is that there's always a component of, well, what does the law allow? And then what is the right thing to do and to try to make that work. So compassion, I thought, was a really good word. At first it threw me, but I understand it.
And
So
empathy.
Yes, so empathy and compassion for the human element. So even though we're a licensing body, there's still an individual that we have to take into account in terms of
That I believe that's the reason why that's been there for a long time.
that makes total sense.
So what are we doing with public protection? I mean,
I think we need more time for that one because that was a great argument. on the other side.
Public protection is at the core of every decision we make. That is definitely a value. So
I think your point was it's so obvious or so, is that what you kind of are thinking? And Jeff's is,
My
okay.
understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that values is how we do it, not what we do. Public protection is what we do, and the value explains how we do it. So I think public protection goes in a different area. Maybe it goes under mission, maybe it goes somewhere else. But I think those are two different things. But if I'm wrong, please correct me. But that was always my
Let's get
understanding of
guidance from our
values.
experts. So
Well,
Sarah, Tricia?
Can I just?
Does someone online want to speak? It sounded
Yeah,
like.
I think
Okay,
just to Nicole's point, I think everything we have here kind of goes into public protection. I think it's almost like reinstating all of our values listed here because public protection is compassion, is integrity, is responsiveness, is transparency. I think those are my thoughts.
And this is Sarah. I would agree that like public protection, fits in your mission statement, and you do have, protect here in your mission statement, which, can be applied to public protection. So if you don't want to list it in your values, since like your values are kind of like, what you model as an organization. And kind of like board member Tebow mentioned, like how you do the things that you do. So really, I guess it's up to you if you do want to include it or not.
Oh, politically correct. It's okay. I'm really indifferent. So y'all have to decide here. I think
We have
I'm
to
okay
decide
with
right now.
right now, Jay. Right now.
I'm okay if we leave it in there or take it out.
Indifferent? Okay.
a value statement, and what I'm saying is how we behave and make decisions while pursuing our mission and vision. And I certainly believe that I'm not going to die on the hill for this. I'll just stop. I mean, as long as we are holding that as our core value, that public protection is number one. I mean, it says it in multiple guiding documents for this board. Public protection is paramount. Like, that's number one. We can't just assume that that's what we do, even though we know that that's what we do. If it doesn't belong here, it doesn't belong here. But I definitely see that there's value in stating that that's what we base all of our decisions on. And by showing it number one, it really shows that we believe in the DEIA, in that the people that are so stuck on their OCD that it has to be alphabetical, that's the number one thing that we do. So that's it. I'm not going to say anymore, but.
Yeah, and I think it was in full display during COVID when we had to make decisions in this board to protect the folks out there. We had to bypass stuff, we had to improvise and so forth, and it was all set to, protect the public. So I think it belongs in there.
I'm in agreement with the two of them. I think that you're making a really wise decision. And I also want to say there's if you're really breaking this down, if I was a company, like not the board, and I had to break it down, you break it down into sign and signal. So sign and signal sign is like what we say we do, and signal is how we do it, but they're both included when you go to the public with the values of a company. So like I'm on other boards, and on the other boards, we determine what the company's core values are, even though it is stated. And I think if it said purpose just above this, and then it had the safety thing, and then we did values right underneath it, it may be a little clearer. But for outward facing communication, it seems to me, and I could still just be wrong with this whole thing and just make a decent argument for it. But for outward communication, it feels like listing that sign and signal of, so it's one thing to say that we stay open all night. It's another thing to say that we relentlessly have output, in which case it's implied that whatever is necessary to make something happen will happen. So what we're saying for our value is that everything is compared to this standard. Everything is compared to whether or not there's compassion, whether or not there's integrity, but most of all, whether or not we are actually protecting the public with the decisions that we're making. And it doesn't mean it can't be repeated in several places, though. If anything, if you're going to repeat anything in several places, it seems like that would be fair. And I don't want to die on the hill for this either. So.
So it sounds like we may or may not include public protection in here. I'm gonna leave a note that we'll kind of circle back to that later.
I'm just going to go through the members because I think that's
Okay.
fair. Just one sec. So Jesse, what do you think?
I could go either way. I'm honestly okay leaving it out. And the reason for that, just going through some of the documents, even preparing for this, we kind of know that public protection is first and foremost, but we don't only serve the public, we also serve licensees. So these other values of compassion, integrity, responsiveness, transparency, these are some things that even like the external stakeholders said that the board can improve on. So just in terms of like the values and the processes of how the board operates, I personally lean with having it off of there, but
Okay.
open to either
Renee?
way.
I think I pretty much second Jesse there in that it's,
Wow.
it's the DCA is consumer protection, the board is, and we have that word protect in the mission statement, at least as it is right now, or it has been, I think. So, and yeah, I just don't see it as like fitting into like a list of values the way these look.
Okay, Jeff, I know your answer.
You do.
Yeah, okay.
But I do remember that when I started on this board, we were in a very contentious process regarding, I'll just say compounded medications. And there was question about the integrity of the decisions that we were making regarding what was more important, even though we know our values are protecting the public, that was challenged. So I don't think it hurts to have it in there. And of course, like I'd mentioned already, I'm cool either way. That's just my thought.
Got it. KK? You could just say you don't care, KK. It's okay. I just wanted to make sure everybody has a...
No, I do care, but I also agree with Nicole that public protection is what we do and not necessarily the value. So I would be okay if we strike it out from this particular list.
All right, Claudia?
I like how it stands right now, and I think we can move forward.
What was that, Claudia? Sorry, you sound a little soft.
Yeah, let me put my mic closer. I like the way it is now, and I think we're ready to move forward.
Okay, you're okay with no. Okay. Jay is yes. Okay, Jay. And then Ricardo? You're either way. Okay. And then Satinder?
I like it this way because I think protection is in our mission statement, and I agree with Nicole. So I
Okay.
think this is fine.
Okay, Maria? Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. And then Nicole is obviously no. So, right?
I would say if we want to include it, I would choose a
Oh.
synonym that more closely matches. I think right now what's bothering your OCD is bothering you about the
Oh, it's okay. I'm
alphabetical.
letting go of my
It's
OCD. I'm
it's
letting
it's
go.
bothering me that it's just not the same type of word. But I did recently do this at work, and protect the public is our mission. And our values are how we do that.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm being a stickler, but I won't I could support if we put it in, but at least make it like the same type of word so it matches.
It's okay.
That would help.
Yeah, thank you, Nicole. Your
Great.
argument has seemed to want straw poll, so we're moving without it for now. So
All right.
I think that answers the question, and we're ready to move on.
Right. And also part of the where we are now is your environmental scan. This is a study on how your stakeholders, both internal and external, perceive the board's effectiveness in accomplishing its goals. So licensing, compliance, legislation, regulation, outreach. And it's also a response to the profession that a response to the profession it operates in and world trends. Where you are going is answered by your vision statement, and a vision statement you can kind of think of like as what is your perfect utopia. So if you completed everything you needed to do as a a board or an organization, what would you be? So here we have the vision statement: healthy Californians through quality pharmacist care. So if you did everything you did as a board and you don't need to exist anymore, this is what would be. How do we feel about this?
I think we're not matching up anymore because we changed our mission. So that's my only thing. But
And for me, when I heard even the word healthy Californians, it was a big load. Like, what does healthy really imply? And could that potentially backfire? I mean, in terms of like how people interpret health.
can you elaborate a little, Claudia?
Well, in terms of like, there, even though we're the pharmaceutical board, I mean, there's some members of the public that don't really want to take medications like synthetic medications or pharmaceuticals. So their vision of what is healthy might be different.
Oh, I actually understand because when we were doing this preliminary session, that's what I was trying to get to the word other than healthy, but I did not come up with it.
I can't think of a word right now. I'm open for discussion, but that was my first impression.
I think that's one that we had. Let's see.
So my questions to members is the quality pharmacist care, are we okay leaving that because we changed that to in our mission now it says pharmacy care. So that's the kind of
Yeah, I think we should be consistent and also not pull out one type of licensee category. I think we are looking also at more than people, we're looking at places too. So consistency.
okay.
Trisha had a suggestion, and I modded it a little bit. How do we feel about quality pharmacy care for all Californians? And it kind of reflects the mission statement a little bit.
I'm good with that, but members?
Yeah, I like it because it just paints the picture of what happens through this pharmacy care. So it's the word quality implies that from beginning to end, the consumer is being protected and getting good service.
All right.
Okay.
Are we good?
Sounds
This is a
good.
good breaking point. good breaking point before we go to.
But do we want to take a break here?
Yes,
or-
we
okay,
have to take
sure.
a break, I believe. Right? Don't we? You guys are the
We
ones.
do, but I had it scheduled later.
Oh, like what time? I think because we're gonna do lunch like at 12:30. So
Yeah, actually, this time might be a good time to
Yeah.
take a break and
Yep.
recenter ourselves.
yes, because we're starting objectives next, right?
Yes.
Okay. We'll take a 15-minute break. We'll come back at 10:45. We'll see you soon. Okay, I gotta get some soda. Renee?
Present.
Thank you, Renee. Jeff?
I'm here.
Thanks, Jeff. KK?
Present, thank you.
Thank you, KK. Claudia?
Present.
Thank you, Claudia. Jay?
Present.
Thank you, Jay. Ricardo? Thank you, Ricardo. Satinder? Thank you, Maria. Oh, where is she? Oh, well, we'll just go on for now. Nicole?
Present.
And I am here. Corinne, we're clear because we did the motion early, right? To start? Okay. All right. We're gonna go ahead and let's get us back on track to where we left off, Sarah and Trisha.
All right. So these are your current goal areas. And your goal areas are your day-to-day functions that you do as a board. We did have a couple changes to the goal area names. Oh, yes, I will get to those in just a moment. So we do have some suggested goal area names, specifically for goal area 2, instead of being enforcement and compounding, we have it changed to compliance and compounding. And then on goal area 4, we just changed it to communication education, and goal area 5 changed to organizational effectiveness instead of organizational development. And as we're going through each goal area, we can refine those a little bit more, but just those are just a heads up. All right. So when it comes to objectives, we want to typically have anywhere between 3 to 6 objectives per goal area. We do have some ones that were kind of pre-developed with the EO and the board president. So we're going to review those. If we have any additional ones to add, we can do that during this discussion as well. And just as a reminder, for the roles and responsibilities of the board, consumer protection is your mandate, and we want to make sure that we're balancing that with available resources, because your staff are going to be the ones who are executing the strategic plan. So you want to make sure that, you know, we're hitting consumer protection, but also have the available resources to do those things you want to do in your strategic plan. Otherwise, staff will not be happy. All right. So what we'll do is we'll identify 3 to 6 objectives per goal area. We're going to try to prioritize the most important issues. We're going to talk about problem to solve and issue to address. And then for our in-person board members, I passed out these paddles for you. We're not doing an auction, unfortunately, but this is for you to indicate whether, if you hold up the green, you're ready to move on, you're done, let's move forward. If you hold up the red, which is the pause button, this is to indicate, hold on, I got something else to say, I want to discuss this item a little bit more. So we'll use these to kind of indicate, you know, when you want to speak. For our online board members, I'm so sorry, I don't have an online version for this, but we do, Trisha does have the WebEx open on her screen, so we'll be monitoring you for if you raise your hand and you want to add something.
Why don't we have them raising their hand as the red thing for?
Okay, yeah, as a pause. And also, please do not hit each other with these.
Oh, can't promise that.
All right, so we are gonna go with our first goal area, licensing. Here's the goal area description. The board promotes licensing standards to protect consumers and allow reasonable access to the profession. If you have the environmental scan in front of you, the summary is on pages 8 through 12. And to talk about some of the strengths that were identified in that environmental scan, people felt that the board had good communication, and they also highlighted staff, said staff were great. To talk about some of the areas for improvement, people mentioned slow processing times, licensing unit was understaffed, poor communication, slow response times, outdated licensing system, and the high cost of licensure. We also have a few items from the Sunset Review Report that we felt might apply or you might want to include on in your strategic plan. and these are here. However, working with the EO and the board president in our early session, we identified some areas that we kind of already completed with the suggested objectives. And so these are the ones that I felt were already completed. So I'm going to show you what we created with the board president. And we have a second slide, but I'll give you a moment to read through these and, kind of determine if these are, ideas that we want to include in our strategic plan.
Anything you don't like, Anne came up with it. Anything you like, I came up with it. But just please keep that in mind as we proceed.
You're pointing to Anne. I'd like to expand number 3 because it seems like you're limiting it to individuals and businesses that are part of the supply chain. So I think individuals and businesses, not limited to that, are supply chain. I don't know what you would say, but making it a little bit more broad because it seems like it's too narrow. Otherwise,
Broader,
I thought that looked really
broader.
good. Broader, yeah.
As you were speaking, the word stakeholders came up. Is that the intention instead of supply chain?
I think stakeholder is really broad. I think
It
it
is
should
really
be
broad,
a
huh?
little bit less than that. I think it should be,
We're
well, I
talking
just
about
way
the-
to, what's that, Claudia?
No, the supply chain, so it means that we're focusing on those that are the supporting body of this ecosystem. Is
Yeah,
that
like
chain?
such as, pharmacies just to function, there's like software vendors and
see.
online like prescription transmission vendors who controls like 98% of the market and delivery drivers. I mean, that I think it's not that we're trying to overreach. It's just that there are some pain points to really ensure that the pharmacy and pharmacists and medications are coming through appropriately in a well-controlled manner. So we just want to look at it. That's the intent of number 3.
That sounds great.
I have a couple things. So clarification on the unlicensed activity. Is the supply chain part the only area of unlicensed activity that we want to take a look at? That's number 1. And if not, I think we need to expand on what we have currently. And then the second part for slow processing times under number 1, I think we need to change that second sentence where it says improve user experience. Just the way I read it, we should be providing some sort of solution or how to address it, but that doesn't really provide a solution. It's just the goal. The way that I read it is, of course, we want to improve user experience, but we don't specify how in that sentence.
I think I understand that. So how is kind of Bismart?
It seems like the business modernization is going to be.
Oh my God, you guys flipped.
Yeah, how you're going to
You guys moved.
implement that user experience.
That's the,
Okay.
hope, does that make sense, Chelsea?
That makes sense. So maybe we can rephrase it to say improve user experience and
Oh, and
communications
then-
by the implementation.
Just so everybody knows, this solution how to address issue part is not exactly how it's gonna be.
That's correct. Yeah.
That this is the wordsmithing is not gonna be done by us. It's gonna be done by our solid team. So as long as you share your intent, I think they're gonna try to do our best to
Yeah.
capture that. And then on the 3, I think this is your alls to decide on if you want to expand, narrow. So share your thoughts.
Only comment I have is a business modernization. What is that involved?
Yeah, I had the same thought.
Sorry, Satinder. I'm gonna let Ann speak on that.
So business modernization is the process that we're going through right now to ultimately at the end replace our legacy application and licensing systems.
Okay. I wasn't sure if it's pertain to some sort of workflow, or is it actual some sort of technical solution?
it's just, we're just getting a new car. Like, we're not
Okay.
replacing like a little parts on a car. It's like we're trying to get a new car. So it's gonna be a whole new ways of, probably not the best analogy with a car, but
No, I got it.
Renee?
Yeah, this is Renee. All right, so with slow processing times, I think that first sentence, that's great because that's addressing processing times. To me, that second sentence, improve user experience and communication, should be in poor communication. Like, there's poor communication. So like the communication is, there's various modalities, right? So some are the, face-to-face phone conversations, but also like how to communicate by user experience. Like our whole website is a user experience also, or calling.
Should we then just be 1 and 2 be basically one? Same thing? Because
No.
it is related in some ways. I think the reason why the poor communication comes up is because of the application process. So they're kind of interlinked.
Okay, if we're looking at it that way, then yes, I would say they would be like possibly.
Because that's usually why I think we got some negative feedback was
And then I do also see a hand from board member Tebow.
oh, go ahead, Nicole. Sorry.
Oh, I just raised it. Really quick, I know we're not meant to get like super specific into the operational pieces, but can I just call out having something where people can like text or chat? I think having to call is really burdensome and just kind of not the standard anymore. So exploring something in that realm.
And that is part of also, I would hope that our business modernization solution, right?
I
Or is
would
that a
hope so.
separate avenue?
I don't know which one it goes in, but I just wanted to make sure it's called out specifically because
So
that'll make a
explore
huge
different.
difference.
Oh, you're right.
And it for things like that, they may not necessarily end up in the full strategic plan, but when it comes to action planning, which is the step afterwards, it may be something that falls under a specific, objective. And then one of those items is explore chat box functions and stuff like that. So, but it's good to capture it here because then it helps us when we get to the action planning stage to, find those items. And then I also have hand raised from board member Sandhu.
I think Nicole covered it. I was getting to the same point, but I think with the modernization, I think we'll get to the action planning and come up with ideas.
Right, perfect. And then also board member Mercado.
Yeah, so for number 1, I've kind of been hearing the word innovation along with modernization. So how do we innovate? So if we can just add that word in there for us. And I think in terms of the user experience, I like what somebody mentioned about the user experience from beginning to end is like the first, when they land on our website, to how they get licensed, to how we communicate with them, to how they then go on and, perform their duties, and then they come back and renew. So I think when we look at business innovation, I think it has to be from beginning to end in terms of the user experience, like the full customer lifecycle. And then for number 2, we do use the word explore, but there's nothing about taking action. So I would say explore and implement.
Okay.
Good points.
The one thing I would add, and I don't know specifically how to address it, but just looking at the feedback from some of the external stakeholders for communications, one of the things they noted was that the information and feedback provided by staff can be unclear. So I think we need something that addresses that specific issue with stakeholders. Like explore ways, I don't know, not only how to communicate, but to make information as clear as possible to consumers and to licensees. Doesn't have to be that exactly, but.
There you go. Just really, a word that came up for me was feedback, like consistent, like a feedback loop. That's kind of what I heard.
And then we do have two more objectives on the next slide.
I still needed, I had one other point.
Sure, yeah.
I wasn't done. On the unlicensed activity, I'm still not seeing like it seems so broad, the way that we have this written, and supply chain. So somehow identify what part of this supply chain. I mean, I know there's like one example there, but like what?
So we
I
think we're
thi-
making that broader.
Yeah, so towards, wait, what were you gonna say?
The discussion was previously was to make that broader, so it's not limited to supply chain. It would be limited, it would be all unlicensed activity. And Sung spoke to, it's not just about medication purchasing or it's also about delivery. It's about, it's not, I think the word supply chain in there is just wrong.
Yeah.
It's too limiting, but I'm not sure what the word that they're going to come up with.
Okay, well, there was no notes, so it didn't look like anything got added from the discussion. So, yeah, not sure I have exactly some words, but something related to, yeah, businesses.
I think now you've crossed out too much. Leave businesses.
Oh, we want businesses? Okay, we
Oh,
just
you're
want to
right.
take out the supply chain part.
And then you guys could figure out what that means, but I agree with Renee.
It sounds out of scope to me, like, and like, I know what you mean, like, what's the provision of, like, care, but
While you're thinking, Renee, I'm gonna go to Claudia.
yeah.
Yes, and I think for number 3 too, after reading it, we talk about identifying and evaluating, but then what's our call to action? Should we then say that we're going to increase enforcement around these issues?
Well, that's, I think, going to be more precise based on determination of what it is. And so I think just the process itself could be 5 years.
Got it.
So,
So what we're
uh,
saying on how to address it now is just first, it's like part of our strategy, identified, evaluated, and then we'll take necessary steps as time progresses.
That's probably what our thought process
Yeah,
is.
I
And if
like
there,
that so that
yeah,
the board knows
because
that it's a consistent progress.
I mean, we're not gonna just, we're not gonna be like storming down at a hair salon all of a sudden because we discover something overnight, right? So we're just gonna have to kind of figure that out first.
All right, so these three look okay. Can we, okay to move on to the next slide? Okay, thank you.
Renee,
So happy when people use these.
are we good?
Okay, so here are the other two under licensing. Thank you. Thank you for humoring me.
Yeah.
We have need for more precise regulation for businesses based on the business model and medically underserved areas and pharmacy deserts.
Okay, my first thought is that number 4 sounds very similar to number 3.
Yeah, now that we've made some more changes to number 3, so let's
Combining that would be nice then.
Mm-hmm.
let's put a note to say combine with number 3. That way,
I saw them really as different because there's ongoing discussion about business models, which is not the same thing as unlicensed activity, which is illegal activity or unregulated activity.
Actually,
That's what
a
I was
good
thinking
point. Yes,
about.
that's a good point,
Unlicensed, I was
Renee,
thinking
yes.
about the unregulated
And-
area that has patient safety issues,
And number 4 is
bad product, bad actors, uninformed actors, that was what I was thinking number 3 was about.
I think, yes, with that, I think we should keep it separate. And number 4 is more for that we already have jurisdiction that we know for sure. Yeah, okay, there you go. That makes sense. Are you okay with that, Jesse?
Yeah, I guess for me, I'm a little unclear of the areas, the need for more precise regulation. I know, like, we've kind of talked about some gray areas that aren't necessarily under our scope. And so I'm
Would be
struggling
fine.
with seeing what actually falls under this.
Yeah. This is for like what we're, well, I we're supposed to be forward looking, but I mean, I think we've already started like a licensing committee on, if a business is, what are we gonna do if the businesses is doing certain things and we're trying to remove barriers for that businesses and that kind of a way of looking at it. Continuing on that. Are we good with 4 and 5?
Specific instead of precise?
Sure, yeah. Specific, yeah. I think it's fine.
Somehow precise sounds harsh.
Okay. No
Can,
worries.
can I jump in on number 5? Again, this is more action
Sure.
item, but maybe just a flag. Maybe also having or crossing this one over to Ledge Reg Committee as well. Because I think a lot of the issues are related to like PBMs and like various other barriers. And if we don't address them, I don't think we can help this area. So I think there's another component to it as well.
I also have a note on number 5. I mean, I think that first language is a little confusing to me. Evaluate legal requirements that establish artificial barriers to licensure. Do we mean like unintended barriers?
I think that might have been what was intended. So maybe instead of establish, maybe just maybe identify, because it when it says establish, it sounds like you're establishing the barriers, and we don't want that. So
Or maybe evaluate legal requirements that create unintended barriers to licensure.
How about promote ease of business in underserved pharmacy areas?
Okay.
Oh, do we want to say that?
It'll be broad enough to incorporate anything that is legal and ethical.
All right. So these are the 5 that we have so far, which is a pretty good number.
Oh, Sarah.
No, we want more.
Oh, we're gonna have more. I'm sure. I know our members. I have a few myself.
As a reminder, staff will be completing these objectives. Do we want to add more? I can also pull up the slide, a slide with the objectives from the previous strategic plan.
I already have one that I think we have to include, which is related to PIC. So we need to continue to ensure that our PICs are knowledgeable and well aware and what they are given they need to know that they have quite a responsibility and autonomy. So our objective 1.4 was determine if application requirements for a pharmacist in charge are appropriate to ensure sufficient knowledge.
A little bit slower.
Oh, no, I'm not gonna repeat this because we need to recreate this. So it's it's a step forward from that 1.4. Do you have that, Trisha or Sarah? It's 1.4.
Oh, I don't think it's Okay, so we pasted it in the solution how to address for now.
Yeah.
But that is 1.4 from the previous strategic plan.
Yeah, that was small up there.
And I do think we need to probably say something about standard of care. I think that's really important. I think we just need to remind ourselves, I would like us to focus on like the people aspect because, pharmacies are not going to function without people in it. So hopefully we can.
So how do we feel about number 6 right now? We just kind of want to reword
So
that previous one? Yeah.
just really fast, I think that last concept about create a standard of care is
Separate.
meant to be a separate
Separate,
objective.
yeah.
not
Gotcha.
Part of that one, sorry.
Oh,
Okay.
So Sung, I like the idea of having a number 7 about standard of care, and maybe some parts of 1.1 could be taken to include that, to talk about reflect the dynamic nature of the practice of
Yes,
pharmacy.
yes.
Those are key words.
Absolutely.
So that was, I think, like take bits and pieces of 1.1. It's
Okay.
not all of 1.1 because that's
From the previous plan, correct? Okay.
That's my ideas. Hello, members. Any suggestions? This is our guiding light for the next 5 years. So this is the moment.
I guess my question is really, is the board really supposed to be establishing the standard of care, or is the standard of care, does it exist in practice on its own?
I think the intent for us is to continue to educate, promote, help pharmacists to be able to do so. Not we necessarily advocating or not advocating. It's more of we need to provide and evaluate what's the barriers to care and continue to help people to take care of their patients. That's kind of what the thought process.
I think we
maybe-
should maybe rephrase the
Yeah.
problem then.
So maybe it needs to be promote standard of care rather than create.
Oh, it's already created almost, basically, yeah. So it's more continuing.
Yeah,
on
you're
that
doing the
evolution.
promotion for it.
Or
Continuing on that
evaluate.
Yeah.
Evaluate's a key word in there too. Bill.
Is the standard of care really only about licensing?
It's the first
It,
spot.
it could fall into enforcement, but it's not, that's not the
Ledger.
direction we took like in the last,
Mhm.
through the sunset process, because it's not it's very legalese, but it's not a standard of care enforcement model. That's not what we decided. We decided it's more of a practice model. So practice is more licensing.
It's
So that's kind of
authorizing,
where,
yeah.
I mean, this could also fall into communication, but I think that this is for now licensing, because this is what pharmacists do. Yeah.
So the solution is only part of 1.1, not all of 1.1. So you need to take out the for authorized duties that can occur outside of a pharmacy. I think that's too limiting and it's no longer applicable.
And then Nicole, I'll go to you after.
Yeah.
Are you ready? Sorry, I didn't know if we were still.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to point out, I know this says to evaluate and change if appropriate, but we're going to need, it's going to need to change. It's a really dynamic thing with standard of care. So we're going to kind of need a model to validate the standard of care as it changes, like certain, I don't know the right words here, but like some disease states change very rapidly. HIV is a great example. So like what was the standard of care a year or two ago is going to be totally different. So we need to be able to keep up on that in a timely manner, or we're going to be inhibiting a standard of care model. Does that make sense?
Can you elaborate a little bit, Nicole? Because I think that isn't that already covered under that by itself, the practice model of standard of care?
I just mean, how are we as a board going to keep up with a standard of care, knowing it's very different in like different disease states? Like cardiology, maybe we get a new update on like every couple of years, every 5 years, but there are some that are like constantly evolving in like the specific treatment recommendations. So what are we going to do when we go to a pharmacy and they're doing something and they say, this is the newest guidelines, this is the standard of care? How are we keeping up on that? So we need I don't know exactly how to explain it, but we need a piece to keep up on it in real time.
Real quick, I think dynamic nature might capture that. That's already in there.
Yeah, I like that.
And then we also have a hand from Board Member Mercado.
I just want to announce I have to go downstairs really quickly, so I'll be back like in 30 seconds if that's okay.
Thank you, Claudia. We're good. Yeah.
Okay. All right, so we have 7 objectives now for the new strategic plan. How do we feel about these? Do we want to add any more? Oh, okay.
I would just add to promoting a standard of care. I think there needs to be some aspect about like empowering pharmacists to practice a standard of care model, because I don't think the average pharmacist is fully there yet. I think a lot of people still need more education and such. So I think that should definitely be part of the strategy in the next 5 years.
Would that be better suited under communication and public education rather than licensing? Or
I'm open
together?
to either, whatever the board thinks.
We can leave it here under licensing for now, and then it may, as I'm drafting the strategic plan, get moved down to communication.
Okay.
All right, how does licensing look?
Any-
Good?
Any other thoughts? This is it. We only have 7. Wow.
Okay, perfect. All right, and so you don't get bored of me talking the entire time. Trisha and I will be switching, so I'll be scribing, and Trisha will present the next goal area, which is enforcement.
Only 7? Wow. I'm still not okay. Fine.
Sung.
Debbie is happy and
Sung.
Lynn is probably happy. Yes.
Can I just say something? I'm going to be the devil's advocate. So it probably not, I don't know if it's my place, but I'm just going to say it. In talking with Sarah and in planning, you know, she did really recommend for us to stay at that 4 to 6, right? Issues. I don't know if it's appropriate for me to say as staff, but I'm just going to say it because I know resources are limited at times. And I think for us to be successful in all these things, that less is more. And I also think that when we were first beginning the discussion, we kept talking about taking stuff from the old plan and then bringing it into the new plan. And I think that if we, I'm not saying decrease expectations, but just like narrow it down a little bit, I think the reality of us being successful with less goals is probably higher. And then we don't have to think about bringing them into the next 5 years and the next 5 years. So sorry if I overstep.
Not at all.
That's just that's my heart, my gut.
That's great. No, this is
Thank you.
good because
Just like we have 7, so
you know, I
maybe
mean,
take a few less in another section.
oh yeah.
Like just calling it out.
Well, just, you know, just remember we were like so audacious the last cycle. So
Yes.
there were like 10 and 9 and so
Yeah.
I'm just like, wow, we're just
Yeah.
I'm down. I'm good. We're
Stresses
good.
me out.
Oh, don't be stressed.
All right, I'm going to
Don't
stop
be
talking.
stressed.
Sorry.
Don't be stressed. Okay.
All right, so moving on to our
Yeah, sorry, you missed the part when Sarah was introducing. Sadly, this is, I think, really important for you. So,
What? I missed the part.
because she was introducing, so here we go. Go ahead, Sarah.
Oh, yeah, this is
On the-
this is all my,
Okay. Trisha's gonna present this section, and I'll just be doing the typing for this, so.
All right, so now we're on compliance and compounding, and we have a suggestion for a new statement defining what compliance and compounding is, and that is the board protects consumers by effectively promoting compliance with legal requirements. How do we feel about that new suggested description of
The-
this goal area?
I have 2 suggestions. One is, the more controversial one is I think we should take out and compounding. I think we focus too much on compounding, that it's about compliance, which includes all practice areas of pharmacy. And also when you look at the current and the suggested, nowhere does it talk about compounding. So I don't think it should be in the title. I don't know, that's going to be controversial. The other one is suggested. I think one of the things that I don't want to I think we're oftentimes need to be very clear that we're not limited to just legal requirements, but it's, I'm not sure of the correct words. I think sometimes we say guidelines, sometimes we say standards, but those are referred to in the legal requirements. But I think that it still would be helpful to include, even though above it says standards, I would not necessarily put guidelines and standards. I would say I would start with legal requirements and standards. I think that would be my suggestion, but I'm sure I would defer to those that work in this area, and perhaps Corinne has some comment too about, because we use those statements quite a bit in our referring to the regulations.
What do you think about the biggie here of changing enforcement to compliance though?
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, okay.
I talked about that earlier. I thought that was really good. Although many people see that as still as having a negative connotation, it's not meant to be negative. It's supposed to be meant to that when we follow the rules and the laws, we protect our patients. It's not about negative. So, but it's a first step.
Go ahead, Renee.
This is Renee. Yeah, I would agree of just having the one word, because technically, like, it seems that historically it's just been the like enforcement is what that committee was called, and then they kind of started adding like sometimes and compounding, and then it became and compounding, and I think just compliance, I would agree, is really what it is.
How about the thoughts about the suggested goal as Maria? I agree, actually. I think that's a great idea. Not just legal requirements, but more. Yeah. Green? Are we green? Green?
All right, I'm seeing nods from the people online as well, so I think we're good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Here, you have to do that.
And then for people following along on the with the environmental scan, the summary is on pages 13 through 16. And then top strengths in compliance, we have quality of inspectors and strong consumer protection. Good job there. Take a look at weaknesses, and you have a printout of this as well. The green checks, as Sarah mentioned earlier, are just items or issues that we feel are have already been addressed with the pre-suggestions. So slow investigation times, understaffed enforcement units, board is overly punitive, poor quality inspectors, inconsistency in inspections, rigid compounding regulations, and then some sunset review report items as well that have been addressed. So as before, we'll give you a chance to read over what has already been workshopped and let us know what you think. And I see a hand from Board Member Tebow. Did you want to make a comment?
I did. I'm sorry. And I'm going back a little bit. I didn't, something about just calling it compliance isn't sitting right with me. And I don't have a great answer, but I feel like it needs one other word, like workflow compliance, operational compliance. It needs like one more word that goes with it to describe what the compliance is related to, but I can't think of what the right word is.
Would it be regulatory compliance?
Maybe. I don't. It's like your compliance with what you're supposed to be doing. Like it's operational compliance, but I don't know if operational is like is a.
But it isn't just one word compliance that captures everything, though, Nicole. What is it about that? What's the hesitation for you?
I want them to know that this is where like the compounding falls under, that this is where like the operational pieces fall. And I feel like that's what's missing, because kind of everything is compliance. It's very, very broad. And I want people from the outside to understand if they're trying to talk about like an operational piece, this is the committee that they go to. Does that make sense? I feel like that's missing. And maybe I'm
Operational,
totally wrong. If no one else feels that way, that's fine. But I feel like people aren't going to understand that this is where like the operations falls.
well, operations only a small piece of compliance and enforcement. So we, in the past, have called it enforcement. You know, we could, I don't know what you could add more than just saying Board of Pharmacy compliance. I mean, I'm not sure what else you could add.
I just want people to know where the operational piece falls. That's where I think the
It
confusion
falls
is
under
going to
licensing
be.
too. It falls under, so operations falls in multiple areas. So I'm kind of
True.
concerned about saying operational compliance. You know, we
I'm
could.
not explaining this very well. I don't know if
Yeah.
anyone else gets what I'm trying to
I
say.
see that board member Mercado has a raised hand.
Nicole, when you were talking, actually the word that came up was compliance and standards. Because standards to me implies like if we want to create a premier user experience, then that's a standard we set. If we expect everybody to comply to the regulations, that's a standard. So we're just reinforcing the fact that we have certain standards. We're not allowing anybody to take shortcuts, and we're bringing a premier experience if that's what we choose to do, or not. But those are the standards we set as a goal. Those are my thoughts.
So how do people feel about adding the word standards? So compliance and standards.
I don't have a problem with the word standards, but I have the problem with the and, because it implies it's a secondary function, and enforcement does not educate to standards. That's, you know, so we don't, but I like the word standard, and you could say something else compliance, but it's not an and because it implies that it's another function.
I guess I would add, like, because in the suggested statement, we have legal requirements and standards. Standards are referred to something specific, like a body of standard requirement, right? So like I think that's using that same word differently. So I feel like that's not a good use.
Our chief of enforcement has a thought, so let me give it to Janice. Welcome, Janice.
Good morning. Oh, can you
Is it-
hear me?
Is it on? I don't think so.
Green. Eat it. Eat it? Okay.
There
can-
you are.
Since we're talking about rules and regulations, can we just use the word legal compliance? Because standards is really it doesn't necessarily mean law, that they're following the law.
But don't we?
Yeah, I
in
think-
some areas, don't we have them to the standards, Janice? Like,
Well, that's built into the law that they provide standard of care.
I see what you're saying, because so legal is just implies that our standards are around a body of legal language, not so much around our personal standards as a board.
That was my thought.
Yeah, so legal compliance will imply that we're the board following the compliance of the legal language.
I think if we're going to use legal, I don't see what everybody thinks, but I would prefer Jeff's recommendation of regulatory compliance than like legal compliance.
Oh, no.
But
the regulatory
That's
just is
too
regulatory.
limited.
They're statutory, so
Yeah.
Okay,
I don't
I
like
see.
that.
But I think there has to be a third word. You know, I like what Janice says. I think that's a good place, a soft place to land right now, but maybe put a pin in it to come with, you know, someone go through as thesaurus.
I really don't like legal or regulatory, to be honest. I liked the compliance and standards previously mentioned
Oh,
because
not-
I think part of this is like the dynamic piece that the standards are changing. And it's not necessarily, I know
Oh.
that in law, we have like the legal requirements that tie it to the standard of care, but just so that pharmacists know and can refer to this too.
I think we should just do compliance and go from there. I think that encapsulates enough, and I think people will hopefully understand what it's trying to do. So let's just land on compliance for now, and then we'll if we have some new awakening, we can revisit this.
Okay. Are we going to take them one at, oh goodness, you got 4 and 5.
All right, so we've got 5 objectives so far, but we'll take a look at the first 3 and let us know what you think.
Number 1 is very new. It's like brand spanking new. It's like, is that something that you wanted to move in that direction.
Do you want to talk, or James?
So I think that what I would say, I guess specifically here, is that it's kind of been a common theme that we've heard pretty consistently from both members and stakeholders.
So the consistency part, but new inspection program and reimagine.
Oh, that's just the
Sorry,
software.
that's the software system that I talked about. So apologies, but that's the new
So,
software
I
system
think
that
that
we're
needs to be
using.
clear because it makes it sound like we're throwing out the old system, not process, not system. So system means computers
Oh,
and
like, it
documentation.
sounds like
But
we're
I thought you were
coming
like,
up
you're
with-
like, okay, we're going to start over and have a new
Yeah, okay.
inspection process.
Yes,
So that kind
that's-
of threw me.
Yes.
So that's very similar to 2.6 in the past.
So
Yes.
emphasis on that it's a software piece, Sarah and Tricia.
So as long as it includes some of the words in 2.6, which talks about improved compliance, support licensee, interpret, consistency on how inspectors, those kind of words from 2.6, I think would be helpful.
Yes.
Not all the words, but, okay, so
So
that makes it
Mary-
easier. Okay,
M-
you kind of threw
Mary-
me there. I thought this is really, our inspection system is not perfect, but it's not broken. It's going to be improved.
So Mary 1 to 2.6 in the old.
Yeah.
Okay.
That one works.
And then Nicole Thibault, did you have something to say about number 1?
I did, but I think Satinder maybe had something first.
Oh, no,
You didn't. Oh, sorry. I thought you were
Sorry.
speaking. I was just going to say, I think I don't believe that there's truly inconsistencies in inspections. I think there's a lack of transparency in how they're doing the inspection, and that's what causes that. So could we call out maybe an increased transparency? I don't know what that looks like, but maybe everybody gets like a standardized form at the end of their inspection. I'm getting into answers. We can get to that later, but just something that's more transparent so they can see exactly what was looked at and what was okay and what wasn't.
I'm just gonna
Checklist,
pause
or
here though.
checklist
Here-
form.
I want to give. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Satinder.
Oh, no, I think that's a solution. I mean, we're getting to solving it, but like some sort of checklist kind of method.
So I'm gonna pause here because I think that's a little bit pretty deep. So I'm gonna give Anne and Janice and Jules opportunity, just if you guys want, about this transparency piece, because I know that can be a little tricky because sometimes they do have to really dig in, and not always they're gonna be able to like provide transparency because you're investigating something. So I don't know how I feel about it.
Fair.
Renee's.
Yeah, sorry. I just want to, before we kind of move in that direction, I do want to put a pin in it, I think you say, for what Ann said about the inconsistency. I think that is a word, and that is what we've heard, and I know some of us have experienced over the years, and I mean, I'm seeing improvements personally, but
Absolutely.
I think we like that is definitely the word that gets
I
brought up.
agree,
So
yes.
it is inconsistency. It may be other things, but it's definitely that's one of the words that we need to have in there as a goal. So.
Sure. And maybe the transparency piece is a public education and communication committee
Oh, there
item
you go.
as opposed to here that we just, I think a lot of people feel confused and scared about inspections. So maybe if we do more about them, it becomes more, that's where the transparency lies. Maybe not at the individual level, but at the broader level.
Come on, you guys speak up. Our
So I have one more, if no one else is going to speak about, I have one more thing about, because I'm a little, I see two different issues, and that's the inconsistency that we hear about is when people compare their inspection to others, which is the rumor mill
Oh,
and
yeah,
the
stories.
and very rarely do I think the average pharmacy and pharmacist hear the annual presentation to get the data of what happens across the system. So I agree with education and public education about the annual review. not sure if the inconsistency is because people feel that they're being inconsistent with their inspection, or they feel that they compare themselves to others. And you can only, believe what people tell you unless you actually see their report. And sometimes people fudge a little bit about, I was written up on this, and it may be not necessarily true because we have a very small, tight-knit community. People share some things, but sometimes they don't share everything. So I guess the question is the inconsistency that that came out in the what is it called, the environmental scan, about the perceived inconsistency during their inspection or when they compare themselves to others? I think those are two different ways to solve it then.
So that's a great point, Maria. And then Janice, you want to say something? Go ahead.
I think there's two different type of inspections when we're talking about inspections. When we go out and do a routine, it's pretty set what we do. We've tried to be transparent. We came out with the inspection brochure. We've, if you review the PIC's training, it goes through the process of an inspection, what to expect, what we ask for. So we have been making efforts to be transparent. However, if we're going in there for specifically an investigation, we may not be transparent in the sense of every, what we're looking for. We're asking for documents. We're collecting facts, evidence. And so to try to make a determination and, evaluate what's going on. So I would say in an investigation, the inspectors are explaining, that they are there for a complaint, but they may not be focusing on everything that you would do with a routine inspection. They're specifically going in for an investigation. Whereas if they're doing a routine, pretty much they're standardized of when we provide training to our inspectors, what they should be looking on a routine inspection.
So that's interesting because I think there's a disconnect there, because what I've heard and experienced in the past, I haven't experienced this recently, but the inconsistency is not on the inspection process. It's in the application of the results and the application of the interpretation of, is the pharmacy sufficiently following something or not? That's where it's interpersonal inconsistency. It's not about the process. I think that everyone feels comfortable with the process. The board has done a lot of education, and that really is based on rumor and innuendo, because no one really knows it unless you are following inspectors to find out how they're actually, communicating with the individuals. I probably talked too much about that, but I think that's the issue, is people feel that they're being applied differently in different situations. It's a feeling, and
you're talking more about the inspector's interpretation of the law?
No, the feeling that the pharmacists have about the interpretation. So that's their feeling.
So this is Renee. I just want to say I kind of agree and also don't agree. I think that the inconsistency that I think was discussed a lot during what came up during all the compounding conversations anyway is the variability with each inspector, and how they, maybe like you said, interpret the results or what they see as the standard. And I'm an N of one, but I've had a lot of inspections, and I can say that I see what people are saying, that, there was a variability in one location by inspector to require this, not require this, require this, not require this. But I will also move forward saying that I think and I know that there's been a lot of work done in the last several years to kind of level set that and try to make the application and not somebody who's adhering to some best practice versus a regulation. So I do think there is inconsistency in the inspections, and I think people have experienced it themselves, not just because they're comparing. with their colleagues. So I think there could be both of that going on. But I think it was kind of said repeatedly during our conversations and why this showed up on the scan. So
And-
I think just addressing it, we're addressing it, but I just want to call that out.
Just to pause here, I'll get to you, Satinder, and then KK, but I do want to call out to Janice, Ann, and Jules. They do try very hard, very hard. They have been, it's been in our strategic objectives last time, as you said. They try very hard, work every day to make it as consistency as possible. So just want to thank you all for all you do already currently. But it's just human aspect of things too. I think that's why it's always comes up and it is true. And then we experience it and then we remember it. It could just be one off and we remember these things because it's like, it's engraved in our experiences. Anyway, so I'm going to go to you, Satinder, and then I'll go to you, KK.
Well, I was just going to say that I'm kind of seeing the both. The feedback that I've gotten is one, there's inconsistency in how sometimes one inspector sees a particular rule, the way Janice was talking about, and the way Renee described. And also Maria's point, there's sometimes the pharmacists think the inspector is saying one, they're misremembering what they're telling them. So it's both is happening. And I think the board, the staff has done an incredible job of educating. You see it once they start getting feedback, you'll see decrease. And it happens when there's a new regulations. You have every inspector going in and sometimes you see an inconsistency there. And as the feedback gets back, and then you see it more gets streamlined as the regulation becomes more mature or it's had a few years or something like that. That's my experience has been in in the field.
Gotcha. Thank you, Satinder. And then KK?
Yeah, going by my experience, I have a different practice setting. It is quite different and long-term care, and there is certain degree of variability that we have, but we have been generally observing that they are consistent. I think what I would like to see is, again, not the scope of this meeting, but some kind of a reportage already exists that if pharmacy is booked, quote unquote, under so and so statute, then we can look at a line and say, okay, this number, and I'm just throwing a number, not correct number, 1263.5, and we can see that every enforcement action taken throughout that year, just to compare and see where the variability lies. For example, if it's a ADU license and somebody got booked for that, what were the issues across the industry? So we can explain things to industry, and B, we can also look at the I think that may be reported somewhere and I may have missed it, but by and large, I'm happy with the consistency part. But I think we should report by the statute that we use to report something, and B, I would like to see maybe a periodic review that would say, this is the enforcement statistics on this one. It is trending up, trending down. This is more education needed because a lot more people get, quote unquote, trapped here. I think those were the things, probably not what we're discussing here, but that's what I like to see. But consistency, by and large, my experience is pretty good in the field that I operate in.
Thank you, KK. And I just like to remind everyone, I know that we're supposed to focus on quote unquote, weaknesses, but we overall at large, our numbers are still pretty good. And I would say that out of 1,613 total responses of external stakeholder weaknesses, it was 28 that says inconsistency inspection. So I think we are ready to move on to number 2. So let's move on to next one here. So are we in agreement? Do we need refinement?
I like number 2.
I would like to draw attention to 2.8 on the old one and include some of the words there, especially build relationships. I think that that was a really good
Yeah, I think
thing
that
to
can
comment.
be, yeah.
So looking at 2.8, taking some of the words out to move them together.
I'm sorry, is it Trisha or Sarah? Which, Trisha, okay. Oh, you're doing, I'm sorry. As a terrible multitasker myself, I'm sorry, Sarah. I'm like talking to you while you're typing, so I'm
No
sorry.
worries.
Apologies in advance. Okay, moving on to 3. How are we doing?
I like this, but I'm trying to figure out, like, it needs some more words to say, to do what? Of the boards, I mean, for compliance, I guess? Maybe it's under compliance, so that's obvious. Acceptance, appliance, I mean, what do we, invitation review to see where we are in the spectrum of, what's it called? Incorporating the boards. So I like what it says, and maybe that's the place to just leave it, but and the committee can decide the what and the how and all that.
Yeah.
But just having some sort of ongoing evaluation is good.
Yeah, and it's there because compounding regulation was highlighted as one of the weaknesses.
And it's not, I think that it's not to well, I guess, is it to evaluate the regulations and or is it to evaluate the impact? Maybe it's the board's impact, or, because it's not, I'm not quite sure if we're going to like reopen everything and reevaluate all the compounding regulations. That's not the point. The point is maybe the impact of,
But we might have to though, don't we?
I know, that's, I'm glad,
So in the
There's-
environmental scan, respondents talked about it being difficult to implement the compounding regulations.
yeah,
And some said they were too strict, so
yeah.
So let's start with a review, right? And then go from there.
So maybe it's a review of the impact of the board's compounding regulations.
Review of the impact. Okay.
I don't know, is that too picky?
No, I think the intent is there for you all to wordsmith.
I just don't, yeah, I wouldn't want the committee to necessarily start with, okay, let's open this
up a
up and start
regulation,
over
right.
again.
No, I don't think that's the intent of this statement. I think
Okay.
the intent of it is for us to do a post-implementation review, and that's more the,
So, and one of the impacts is we talked about, compounding, I can't think of the right word now, the compounding, businesses in California. We were worried about at one point, whether the number of licensed entities would increase or decrease or stay the same. That would be one of the impact areas to look at.
but that's going into pretty deep. I
Yeah,
think the
no, but
committee
that's why I
can-
think
yeah,
impact is a good
yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Otherwise, I would have interpreted that to mean a lot, which is another 5-year program.
And this is just something to note, since we took compounding out of this goal area, this objective specifically make it move to goal area 3 legislation regulation. Since it's kind of like evaluating the impact of those regulations.
Well, that's why it's impact, it's the enforcement impact.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Because, yeah, so maybe there's a way to word that, so that's not missed. Well, enforcement, implementation impact, or enforcement sounds too harsh. Yeah. Or, yeah, the review of the compliance, there we go, instead of saying impact. Yeah, thank you, better.
Okay, are we good? Moving to 4? I know, sorry, here, you guys brought all these gadgets here. Let's just, all right, 4.
What does that mean?
I think the intent was to not lose our 4-year goal.
So yeah, so that's what I wanted to make sure, 2.3 stays in there. But other license types is what's throwing me, so.
And I think that was to not just focus on pharmacy. Like Because remember, we
You
heard
mean
some
like,
public
like you mentioned beauty salons, but what are you mentioning?
Ooh, I think it's more like like the surgical clinics. We constantly hear
okay,
public comments, right, about
okay.
don't kill me, Jules and Janice. I'm just don't throw rocks.
So I would
at me
include
here.
the actual 2.3, so it has the actual 4-year goal in there. I think that's good.
Give me 1 second. I'm copying it over from the previous plan.
I don't think we want to say exactly that though.
No, but just the 4-year. That's the part that I wanted out of that.
Gotcha. Okay.
Well,
But is that sounding
that's
like
not
that
for
means
every, I think,
that could sound like we're gonna want to go into every
yeah, I would put that as an
licensed
and.
facility
It,
every 4 years. That's crazy.
No,
So
yeah, I wouldn't do that. I would say something about 4 years and expand. So maybe, whatever, I forgot what 2.3 says in the beginning, put that as the beginning and then and expand the boards to other license type. Yeah, now I understand what you mean by license types. I think that
Yeah, so sorry. So I think we're kind of dialed in on the 4 years for the pharmacy at the resource consideration level. Doing 4 years for all business types
no, that's
might
not saying
be-
that.
Okay.
No, I'm not saying that. So that's what I was trying to include them both is to say the first part would be about the 4 years. And then the second statement would be and expand. So it'd be talking about current inspections, which would be not, so if you put 2.3 at the very beginning of the sentence, it talks about pharmacy inspections. And then that's one license type. And then the second comment at least every 4 years, and then take out, we say we're going to wordsmith it, here I am. Take out the 2 all the way to licensees every 4 years and expand the board's routine inspections. You have that already there. You're retyping. And then take out at the second, at least every 4 years.
I'm green with the intent.
So yeah, so what something like that, but take out the second and. But I'm thinking of 2 different things. One is continue, not, okay. That's fine. I think that routine inspections too, that's the and that needs to go. But so I'm thinking that we need to keep the current expectation unless, Ann, you're saying that that's in departmental policy. If it's in policy, we don't need it in goal. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think I don't know how to say this the right way, but it's kind of become part of our fabric.
I just don't want us to go back to another point where we have let's say we have a part where we have to lay off inspectors and all of a sudden we're back to 6 years or 7 years inspection timelines. I mean, I'm looking at the future and right now you've done an excellent job. The inspectors are doing a great job. But what's going to happen when something has to move? Is it going to be the 4-year goal?
So I might say that resource in general is always going to be a constraint for us, right? We only have limited, and if we lose something's going to have to change on the plate. Do you know what I'm saying? And so that's maybe where some of the organizational effectiveness concept will come in when we're having to make those tough decisions.
What if it's like, since is considered the standard, the 4 years, is that the inspections of all licensed pharmacies, like the interval is maintained and then expand, like if you don't want to have the specific
Yeah.
for like we want to hold to the interval, the current interval. But we're also going to, talk about a goal of expanding routine inspections to other license types.
Yeah, that's what I hope that will say, but it needs to be wordsmithed a little bit because now it doesn't quite make sense, but
Do we need to take out the and to expand and just leave it as expand board's routine inspections to other
So-
license types?
after years, it would say and expand,
Okay.
and then routine inspections to other license types. And then,
Feel
because
better?
then the to proactively assess operations and educate fits both parts of that, so that's correct there.
Okay.
But that's just my suggestion. I'm sure people have their hands up. No, I don't see.
What if we were to say and to assess expanding?
Oh. Sure. Because you might do one at a time, not all of them.
I mean, in a perfect world, we'd like to do as much as
So
possible.
if you put it in the wrong place.
Jules, I know you're trying to bring us down to earth,
We-
so thank you, yes.
Assess goes after the and.
Right.
Yeah.
Assess expansion. Assess expanding, either way.
Okay.
Are we good with 4? I mean 5? I mean 4? Yes, 4. 4. Green?
Okay. Did we want to leave in the 4 years? I'm just clarifying. Sounded like we didn't.
I think
4 years for
We didn't need
pharmacies,
to.
but not
Yeah.
for everybody else.
Okay, but I thought we were already doing that? Or we've kind of achieved that?
Go away. So my concern in keeping it is that it stays as a goal, that in 2 or 3 years, it doesn't slip to 5 and 6 years, and it's not because it's no longer our goal.
And hopefully by next strategic
Sure.
plan in 5 years, they can say it's so in there, that we can, whoever it is here can let it go. But I think for now, I think it's best that we keep it for 4 years.
I just wanted to clarify for the other license types, that would not be every 4 years, correct? Okay.
That's
I put
very
a note
important,
so
yes.
that we know that they're different.
Yes. 2 different things. Okay, 5. I'm very curious to hear your thoughts here, Maria, because this
Length, I like the statement, but I'm thinking lengthy, and so I guess I'm trying to evaluate what the scan actually meant. Did the commenters talk about the enforcement process or the disciplinary process is long, or did they really say investigation process is long? Because I know that the legal process is really long, once you get into, the citation and the,
well, yeah,
yeah,
and I think
wanting
it's,
office conferences and wanting this and that gets
Yeah.
to be long, but the actual investigation, I don't know how long, if that's a problem too.
So this one was from internal stakeholders. So like this could be, board
Oh.
members or staff. They mentioned both investigation and case resolution times.
Okay.
And they said, especially when it comes to non-jurisdictional or customer service complaints. So
So I
kind
guess-
of somewhat stuff that feels a little somewhat outside the board's control.
So I guess Janice, is the investigation, I'm sorry, I shouldn't be asking her question.
okay.
Is the investigation process longer than could it be shortened? Or is the length of the process not because of investigation, but because of all the other legal things we have to do?
I think the challenge is the perception might not be what the reality is either. So
But this was all internal, yeah.
So I think that some of the sorry, is it okay that I jumped in? I apologize. I'm so sorry. So I think some of the concept here is developing a strategic objective where we can maybe learn to do some things differently whether it's leveraging technology in some, you can't do it in all investigations, but there may be ways to do things. We we have how we currently do it there, but there may be opportunities to find ways to do things better. And, maybe it's, leveraging electronic records or, I don't know, AI or whatever. But so looking at where there are ways for us to maybe work a little bit different to like overall reduce, the times that are within our swim lane.
I just want to add that I do get the impression from licensees too that if there is a complaint, the investigation process does take a bit of time. So I think the only thing in our control really is maybe leveraging technology because obviously like there's not much we can do about a staffing issue if we're only allocated so much from, as a budget.
And Board Member Board Member Tebow had a hand raised.
I had some more suggestions maybe for the title, but if we only when everyone's finished this part of the discussion.
What do you think, Maria?
I'm ready. Oh, Green.
Okay.
I have 3 additions though.
Okay, no worries. We're planning to take lunch around 12:15.
As long as
So
we finish this section, so.
hopefully, yes. Go ahead.
2.1, medication errors to reduce errors. I think we need to have that for sure, even if it's worded the same.
Yeah, that's a good point. I wasn't sure if I should because I
Because
think
we
it's
have
good.
a whole camera and all that.
Okay, that's good. Green.
211.
Give me one moment.
Did we have 11 last time?
Yes, we did, but it wasn't on the report. It was added later. So you guys forgot about duty to consult. Yeah.
I'm not sure if I
211,
have
duty to
this one.
consult. That might need to be reworded a little bit since we've already working on it. It's not in that report. It was
Okay,
added later.
yeah, if you could read that one to me and a little bit slow. I type
Oh, I
fast, but
don't
not
have
that
it in front of
fast.
me. I don't have it in front of me because it was in some minutes.
Oh,
But we
gotcha.
might need to reword it. So maybe just make note that it might need to be reworded because we're already working on that. So some things are already done. That's duty to consult is what it's called.
Yes.
Do you remember what the problem was for that one?
Duty to consult.
Duty to consult. Thank you.
But it might be worded differently. You might have to word that a little bit differently too. That's just what we refer to it as. And then I'd really like to hear others, but I'd like to keep 2.9, which is medication handling at locations not regulated by the Board of Pharmacy to increase patient safety and standardized care.
Can we maybe incorporate that into something? Nope, maybe not.
I just don't want to lose, I was going to say momentum. It's not moving very fast, but lose the concept because that is still a huge patient safety issue and we're not going to talk about it today, but yeah, I'd like to keep that concept somewhere.
Should we combine that one with the licensing committee one? That was kind of related. It might have been number 3 on the licensing committee.
Yeah, that would be fine. That would, I think that
that's-
we, I'm not quite sure if it's a licensing thing actually, because when you have negative patient outcome, I'm not sure. Wherever the group decides it to be, just the
I don't-
concept is important.
I don't think we can do anything with compliance if they're not licensed by us or if we don't have any like oversight. So maybe it lives
we
in
can, we
licensing
can.
until then. Well, true.
Sometimes we can. Yeah.
Sometimes they're
unlicensed activities,
practicing pharmacy without a license. This is kind of unlicensed
Fair,
activity
fair,
too. So it
yeah.
kind of falls into that too.
Yeah, I was thinking more of like the hydration clinics, like the places that we truly don't have any, but yeah, you're right.
All right, so how do people feel about those 3 additional objectives?
Can you go back to the previous page?
One second. I think I have a suggestion from Anne. Okay, sorry, you said previous page, just for
Yeah,
4,
just
5,
like
and 6? Okay.
Yeah, just looking at the medication error one that we have. I think that we can probably reword that to start evaluating the results from Kamer, since we really haven't done that yet. I don't know exactly how to word it, but yeah, I would kind of basically just like remove the previous word, because we kind of achieved the objective from last time in that we implemented a system, and now we have to see the results from the system.
I would suggest making that an EG. So that evaluate and take necessary actions regarding cause and effects of medication to reduce errors, and then put EG Kamer rather than call it out separately, because that's only one way of doing medication errors. We have other tools, perhaps.
Quality assurance.
Yeah. So I like that that we're bringing attention to it, but it's just one of the toolbox. Oh, okay.
I'm in agreement.
I think Renee's this way.
And then the one that you sent me, Anne, is this for number 8? Number 7, thank you.
So,
I love
yeah,
that.
it does need to be reworded. Number 7 would need to be reworded.
Great job, Anne.
Well, I have a question, I guess. Are we having like serious issues with duty to consult that we feel like it needs to be?
It's on our agenda today. I mean, tomorrow.
Okay.
So we're going to be talking about that.
Yes, I think so, Jesse.
And
so many layers of it. Yeah.
The consultation stuff has been a big topic in the Public Education and Communication Committee as well. So maybe we want to make a note for some crossover.
So we're going to have to reword it a little bit. Maybe Sung and Anne can do that offline because evaluating barriers was the first step. And I think that we're going to talk about that later, that now we need to have some action verbs in here.
I don't know how we did this last time, wordsmithing, because we were like, oh, you have to use action verb and
Yes,
like all
we're
that.
just capturing the issue and how to solve the actual writing of it, which will include the action verbs happens off.
Yep. Yeah, because we're no longer evaluating barriers.
Okay.
So that's not the next 5-year plan. But
Okay.
That's the part. Okay.
So are we all green with what we have? And then we're going to go back to Nicole real quick, and then we're ready for lunch. Green? Okay. Okay. So Nicole, back to you. Here we go.
Just a couple
Drum
thoughts.
roll.
So we could possibly do practice standards. So where we were using the word standards, we could use practice standards and compliance. We could do something like standards, operations, and compliance, or something somehow incorporating the word clinical. So like standards and clinical compliance or something to that effect.
Compliance, practice standards, compliance standards, operations. Oh.
I would not want to make it more complicated or potentially limit the scope, especially when you're looking at this will roll into what the functions of the committee are.
I like practice standards and compliance.
I do too. I just want, again, I'm just trying to incorporate that, like, this is the area where you would go if you're having like a practice or operational or workflow issue. That's the piece I think is missing. And I think practice standards catches that.
Yep. Practice standards is not a legal term. And I think one of the things I get stuck on is with enforcement, it's all about what's legally an option. Practice standards go back to standard of care, which changes, and so we can't enforce practice standards. So
I'm actually with Maria on this. I think that we're getting a little too. I don't know why compliance. It's broad enough that I think it captures everything. You know, just seems. I think if we says because then it gets into legal question of what that actually means, and
Yeah, I don't want.
and I think I remember from Dr. Steve Gray saying there's a difference of legal thoughts on standard of practice versus standard of care and regulatory compliance and statutory compliance. And so just compliance to me seems like, okay, maybe I'll do straw poll real quick. I think we're gonna have to do that. Unless nobody, I think compliance, I would rather do compliance, but compliance. Okay, in the room is more compliance. Where are we, virtual world?
Compliance.
I could go either way at this point.
Okay. Sorry, Nicole. Are you okay?
No.
All
No,
right.
it's okay. I just
understand. Yeah. I
if there's a way to make it clear that this is where like those pieces live in like the description or something, that would be helpful. I feel like that's just what's missing, that people aren't going to know that this is where you go. Now that it doesn't say compounding, like this is where you go to look for those things. So I just don't want people to like not go to the right place. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think so. And I think in our goal area, the board protects consumers by, you know, effectively promoting compliance with legal requirements.
What about we add a practice before the word standards? Could that work?
No, because it's not about practice, it's about locations. I think anything we do to limit it really puts us in a tough legal situation. So, I think maybe we table this and have an ongoing discussion, because I think that maybe a word could be added, but it can't be a limiting word.
Okay.
So I think I understand what Nicole's saying, though, because some of what we are doing now has transitioned to a standard of care. And so we may get to the point where we have issues that come up where we are evaluating the standard of care as well.
But that's not going to be in this committee. That will be, so maybe Anne can repeat again how, when they're, the way I understood it is when there's a disciplinary issue regarding standard of care, we would bring in experts and there'd be testimony and how that would be done. It's not going to be through the committee. The committee is not going to decide, following the American Heart Association guidelines is the way to do it. That's not what the committee is going to do. It's not going to define
I
standard of care.
understand what you're saying, but I think it's important for people to know where to look for
It's not going to be in this committee. That's my understanding, is we're not going to be directing what the standard of care is or interpreting.
I understand that. Yeah.
I think the challenge is like there's so many cross sectionals. There's a business compliance, there's individual practice standard, and there's a regulatory compliance and the compounding regulation. So I think just to keep it simple, because it's all inclusive in some way or may not, I think we just compliance, and I think our suggested goal is broad enough. It captures if it needs be, and we move forward. So hopefully that's agreeable, because there's a lot of very narrow thoughts going on, and I think we need to bring it to a little more, just bigger picture. Let's go bigger picture. Claudia?
Yeah, so just to kind of, we're doing a strategic plan for the whole board. This is goal number 2 for the board. So I keep hearing this committee. Can somebody just briefly clarify why we keep saying that? Because as to Nicole's point, as the organization evolves in the next 5 years through this plan, we're also setting ourselves up for success in the near future. So standard of care and compliance, to me, sounds like an organizational goal, not so much a committee.
Yeah, Claudia, great point. The reason is usually these goals, each goal areas are handled by the committee first. So committee evaluates, they are maintaining how the progress is done at the committee level, and then the full board is brought in at the board meeting to make sure that the whole board agrees and is being, monitoring the progress of each of the objectives that are being developed here. So committee is usually in charge of each each of these goal areas.
But collectively, as a board, every committee compounds into our overarching goal, and goal number 2 is a board goal. So I hear Nicole's point that
She doesn't know what the,
yeah, but I'm ready to move forward. Those are just my thoughts.
Okay.
I think I think it's that this is the committee name. We're talking about the committee name.
So like the board
No.
carries forward its mission, vision, values by establishing 5 committees, and each committee has its goals and objectives, and that's the objectives within the committee. But as a whole board, we're obviously all held to that, but it's for that each committee's focuses for the next 5 years is going to be these objectives. Hope that makes sense. I'm sorry if that's
I mean, that's clear now. Solid. Can you or can we just get some clarity there, just to kind of bring me back to what we're doing here collectively? Because I missed that part. This was the goal for the
I think
committees.
what we're talking about here is that the 5 goals are the 5 committees of the board. Licensing is a committee.
Got it.
Enforcement is
Okay.
now going to be called compliance.
If that's the case, then I understand. Thank you.
okay. Lunchtime. Thank you, everybody. I hope we're keeping everybody entertained here. So we'll be back at I think it has to be 45 minutes, right? Okay, so we'll be back at 1:05. 1:05. See you all back. Enjoy your lunch.
members. So we'll set the return time to be 1:20. Thank you. So we'll come back at 1:20.
for the little delay. Good, yeah. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for your patience. Sorry for the little delay in getting back on it. Let's get back on it. So to get started, we'll take a quick roll call. Jesse?
Here.
Thank you, Jesse. Renee?
Present.
Thank you, Renee. Jeff?
Present.
Thank you, Jeff. KK?
Present, sorry.
Thank you, KK. Claudia?
Present.
Thank you, Claudia. Jay?
Present.
Thank you, Jay. Ricardo? Thank you, Ricardo. Satinder?
Present.
Thank you, Satinder. Maria?
Here.
Thank you, Maria. Nicole?
Present.
Thank you, Nicole. And I'm here. Okay, Sarah and Trisha, back to you guys. Let's get back on the legislation and regulation.
All right, so we're on goal area 3, legislation regulation, and we do have a suggestion for the goal area description. The suggested one is down there. Suggested to update it to read: the board advocates for statutes, regulations, and procedures that strengthen and support the board's mission, mandate and mission. How do we feel about that? Advocates over pursues.
I will say that I feel like the word advocates makes us sound somewhat like a passive bystander. Oh, that advocates sounds maybe too passive.
Passive, okay.
Passive?
That's what she said.
Passive,
I was trying to hear you.
advocate. I don't know.
So I think the reason that I don't know that advocate's the right word, so let me be super clear, but I think we wanted to capture both, the fact that the board will pursue regulations or statutes, but we also like engage with others, right? So we sometimes are responding to legislation as opposed to pursuing it. So I think that that's kind of the concept of what we were trying to capture there.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that sounds good.
With that, is that okay? Yeah. So are we
Keeping that suggested one then? Yeah, okay, great. We'll highlight that green just so we know that we're good there. All right, so some of the strengths that were mentioned in legislation regulation, people felt that you had really great communication when it came to legislation regulation, and people also felt that you had a lot of strong consumer protection. All right, now to get into the weaknesses, or areas for improvement, as I like to say. People felt that regulations were unclear, there were too many regulations. People wanted to see more increased engagement with legislatures and just general stakeholders. We also had an area for improvement for more advocacy for licensees. And then when it comes to Sunset Report, a couple items from there, but it sounds like these are ones that were already completed. Or things that are covered in the objectives that we kind of already created. Regulation of hydration IV clinics, pharmacist to pharmacy tech ratios, and AI regulations. So we'll go into what we've created with the EO and the board president, and we've got 5 in this area. So these are the first 3. How do we feel about the first one about unregulated wellness clinics? Go back.
Back to the other slide.
Sure.
Because
The areas for improvement?
yeah, because one thing that's really stuck out to me and is a constant issue is advocate for licensees. And so I think in using the word advocate too, we need to be careful is that the board's role is not to advocate for the profession or for licensees.
Correct.
And so we advocate for patient safety, and sometimes they're the same. So I'm not sure if that's going to change the previous discussion about advocate, because for me, the advocate means laws and regulations and things like that. But that last bullet there really shows that we still have a lot of education to do.
All right. So looking at that first one about unregulated wellness clinics, we have, collaborating with other healing arts boards to address gaps in patient safety, maybe pursue potential legislative changes and explore assisting with investigations by other boards and agencies. How do we feel about this one? I'm seeing some nodding heads from people online.
I just don't like the word wellness clinics.
Okay.
I think there has to be a better way of saying that.
Do we say wellness? Oh, unregulated. Oh,
But the solution sounds good.
Yeah, kind of going along with that, we had talked about how wellness clinics weren't necessarily the only unregulated ones, so I don't know how to fix it.
well, we don't have to fix it today, but
At
just
least,
like
at least the title, but the concept and everything else looks perfect for me. I don't really have any notes on that piece.
broader concept should be broader than wellness clinics. Is that the hope? Broader?
Yes.
Broader. Okay.
Maybe we change it to the action instead of the place. So like unregulated pharmaceutical care or unregulated medication administration or something like that.
Okay.
I agree there needs to be more discussion on that, but I think we need to be very careful that we don't spark the concern of other healing arts boards that think that we're kind of trying to usurp. It's not like we're looking at physicians' offices or clinics that are run by physicians or other other licensed entities.
Well, I think those are regulated, right? So I don't think those would fall in there if we keep the word unregulated.
Okay.
I think this could, I mean, to me, we can leave it as is because it's actually well-known term that most people recognize what we're talking about.
All right.
Are you saying, I'm sorry, keeping wellness clinics as it is? Or are you saying something else?
Yeah, leaving wellness clinic as is.
Oh, I'm worried
Because
about other things that are not just about wellness, but their treatment or their,
Oh, I see.
they're like, kind of like what Nicole said, they're doing lots of things out there that are
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
scary.
They kind of fall under all the category.
Okay, so it sounds like we'll work offline to kind of figure out a better term for wellness clinics. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, yes, let's move on. Okay, so number 2, clarification of standard of care. We have evaluate limitations governing pharmacist practice and eliminate those that serve unnecessary barriers to patient care and access. How do we feel about this one?
Yeah. I think that I agree.
Sounds good.
My one note is for the problem to solve. I don't know if it's necessarily a clarification of standard of care. Maybe we can just leave it as standard of care.
Okay.
Okay.
I think that's fine.
All right. Okay, so
But
next we
maybe-
have, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Just a thought, won't be the standard of care. Problem statement would be to have definitions broad enough to encompass all activities that takes care of standard of care versus defining everything, because if we evaluate every limitations, we are writing a long list versus we create broad enough definitions that will be more inclusive of every scope of activity, right? Something comes up tomorrow, let's say it's inhaled GLP-1, for example, and then we will have to again redefine the scopes and limitations versus come with the work that is giving broad definitions to accommodate ever expanding pharmacy practice, if that makes sense. I hope I'm making sense.
I think so. So we have definitions broad enough to include every scope of activity.
Correct, because evaluate limitations would be like how many things, there is what can stop you from going at 200 mile per hour? Well, it could be a bad fuel, bad tire, bad environment, bad road, bad weather, right? That limitations list will be very long. So rather than doing that, we should standard of care model, which is rather than enumerating all the limitations, create a definition that says something that is safe, legal, and ethical, and way to pharmacists to treat patient. And that should be broad enough definition that allows within the parameters of legal, ethical, moral, all the activities pursuant to that.
All right.
I would suggest taking out the word every, even though we're not wordsmithing, because it's, standard of care does not apply to every area of pharmacy. That's
All right, so we look, sound good on number 2. For most part. Yes? Okay. Next we have number 3 about, too many regulations, unclear regulations. And this would, have the board review regulations for areas to streamline, and for inclusivity, review and update as necessary, and keep pharmacy law and regulations current and inclusive for all.
inclusive.
And that's basically 3.2 last year. So you might want to just note
Okay,
there. Senator.
we'll put a note, and type in, refer to 3.2 in old plan.
I feel like the sentences are a little redundant.
Redundant.
And it's also missing the word for after the word and. So it says review
Oh, to streamline and,
for inclusivity or to streamline for inclusivity even, but where it says review and update if necessary, keep pharmacy law and its regulations current and inclusive for all. We just kind of said that on the previous sentence lesson.
Oh,
yeah, these are just kind of like the workshop brainstorming things. Yeah, this isn't the final product. This is, yeah, we're just throwing all the spaghetti at the wall right now.
I would somewhere on that side add the word clarify.
Okay, clarify regulations. Actually, is that something that the board can do? Okay, perfect.
Right there, yeah.
I know sometimes with other boards, they don't want to do too much because then it becomes legal advice, but, I also-
Nicole?
yeah, I gotta do that.
I got a hand from Nicole.
Yeah, I think this conversation was happening more in relation to the licensing committee, and this does not necessarily help us in our goal of too many regulations, but there's practice settings, a lot of them for which our rules are not or our regulations are not helpful or at times even like bump up against each other. So I'm going to say like clarity for which regulations apply to which practice settings. But that might be a licensing committee task, so maybe note that.
Yeah, I think if it's related to a regulation only, I think this can fall in here too. But I guess we can kind of figure that out.
I think for me, the first two sentences are still a little clunky or could be consolidated. I also just want to clarify what we mean by make inclusive to the regulations. Like, are we trying to consolidate them or what is it? What's the intention by saying to make inclusive?
Inclusive as in that gender language. So that it's kind of tied to DEIA discussion. And so there are a lot of our regulations have terms his or hers, his or hers. Yes, his or hers. And so what we've been doing is if we have a regulation open, we usually try to correct and change it to the language, but it's just obviously impossible for us to just open the whole regulation package. So that was what carried over from 3.2 time. So we are continuing that. So that's from 3.2 last strategic plan.
Got it. Okay. Knowing that, I'm not too sure if that really is a solution to address too many or unclear regulations. I don't know if it applies to the unclear part. I understand it as like a strategy and a goal that we have, but I'm just not sure that it necessarily relates to this specific issue.
I think you could make the argument that by clarifying the regulations, you're making it more inclusive for people to be able to understand.
Got it.
But we could also take it out if you don't feel it's appropriate.
I would just say that I don't necessarily think that is the primary reason why people think some of the regulations are unclear. I think there may be like some other pieces of regulations of, things being too long or too bulky or too many places to look for things. So maybe there's a way that we can either rephrase that or add a second piece to it of
Well, I
like
think
trying to consolidate regulation if possible in certain areas.
we can leave it broad and as the committee takes its action.
And then would we be able to combine the first two sentences? Like we could have review and if necessary, update regulations for areas to streamline and clarify, and then we could potentially eliminate the second sentence altogether.
Yeah, we could do that. That's kind of more like an offline
Okay.
thing. Yeah. All right. And then I got a hand raised from Board Member Tebow.
Yeah, and Jesse, I think expanding on what you were saying, I think a lot of the time when people say that the regulations are unclear, they mean they don't know how to operationalize them. They don't know how to put them into practice. So I'm wondering if there's a little bit of crossover here with like the Education and Communication Committee or in some other place where we can support staff in a way of like explaining what these things mean in practical terms, because pharmacists aren't necessarily trained in all of the legal terms. And I think that's the piece that's missing.
Okay. Are we good? I think we're good.
Okay, we'll move on to the next slide. So here we have telehealth platforms and emerging technologies. So number 4, evaluate industry practices of patient care standards related to telehealth platforms. And how do we feel about this one?
I'm not quite sure how that would fit under ledge and reg. I think that evaluate and something. Because,
And advocate for patient safety.
oh, there you go, something like that.
I think that's good.
All right.
I know, it's okay. The props are here. Love to see
Yeah,
it.
I would probably just note that I think with the telehealth platforms, this may go over into like the communications education piece as well, just so that our pharmacists are aware of what the standard is once we do get that information and continue to discuss.
Yeah, and just noting a lot of this is set by like CMS and non-state level practices. So maybe we can refer people to those resources as well in the other committee.
All right. And then we have that last one, number 5, about emerging technologies. So evaluating the use of emerging technologies that seek to undermine the authority of clinical pharmacists. And we have a hand from Board Member Mercado.
Yeah, I think after we evaluate it again, are we gonna communicate its potential threat to our licensees? So what's the action there? So evaluate the communicate. Yeah, I'll let you type it in.
Would it be like seeking regulations?
I guess just communicate, just so that we evaluate it and we also just inform. So I think that works. Thank you.
And Board Member Tebow?
I agree with your previous statement about it's evaluate and maybe seek regulation or seek some way to
Big change.
Control. But I wanted to note that this specifically calls out emerging technologies that seek to undermine the authority. I think we just change it to something less negative, emerging technologies. Sorry, I can't think of the word. That seek to like change or alter, because some of these might be good, but we still want to regulate them. They might not all necessarily be like meant to undermine. You know what I mean?
Good point.
That's a good point.
Maria?
I see what Nicole is saying about change or alter, but I think that we need to include something about those that bypass pharmacy or pharmacists in some way too. That's most of my concern about those that bypass the pharmacy
So maybe
or this board.
change, alter, or bypass.
I think they're two different issues.
Oh,
And
gotcha.
I'm not
Okay.
quite sure if that could be lumped together or if they are two separate lines. It kind of depends on what Nicole feels about alter and change. Because I think we're kind of thinking about different things. You know, technology in the pharmacy world alters and changes our practice, both as individuals and as businesses. But I am very concerned about emerging technologies that completely bypass the board or bypass pharmacy and
Attempt to, bypass,
What do you think about that seek to change or alter the practice of pharmacy or bypass the authority of clinical pharmacists?
I would be okay with taking out the word clinical, but otherwise it sounds good. I don't like clinical pharmacists. I think all pharmacists are professionals.
That's a good point.
I agree. Sounds good.
Okay, so we'll take out clinical in front of pharmacist. And then I just wanted to double check, did we want seek regulation on this one or no?
I think you should say not regulation alone, but just change. Because
Seek
it's strat-
regulatory action as appropriate.
Okay.
Yeah, so probably broader than regulation alone, but both statute and regulation. Because this committee can still advocate for, but also seek changes in regulation too.
All right, so we have 5 here. Were there any other areas that you felt needed to be included under legislation regulation in the strategic plan?
I don't have the exact language for it, but I feel like there's a issue to address here related to DEIA of like making sure that we are in our protection of the public, we are calling out and looking for and providing equity for particularly vulnerable groups. And that can change at different times, but yeah, I think that needs to be called out in some way.
Okay, what would be the solution or how to address that, problem?
It's probably the same thing, evaluate and advocate for regulatory and statutory action as appropriate.
Okay. We got a comment from board member Serpa.
I like what Nicole brought up, but it also, vulnerable groups could be such a huge opportunity here because it's not just looking at traditionally recognized vulnerable groups, but also those that are lack insurance or are required to use PBMs or
Great point.
There's so many groups. So I'd like to
Be
maybe
broader.
put some EGs or not lose stuff.
Great point. Great point.
I was intentionally keeping it a little broad, Maria, because my thought is as things come up. Sometimes a group might be temporarily vulnerable because of an environmental or other situation. Sometimes it's an ongoing vulnerability, like certain racial groups or the LGBTQ plus community. So I wanted to keep it a little bit broad on purpose.
I agree. I just don't want to lose
Forget
the
it.
component. And,
Yeah.
but I know that's the risk of having EGs is now you've left out people. So I'm not sure 1 or 2 or 3 words that would be inclusive, but and then also some people will be upset or concerned about the order of the EGs because that implies importance. So there's a lot of things to consider here. And I'm sure you guys will be able to wordsmith it offline.
Yeah. It's good to have it here as an example because then when I look at this later, I remember, exactly what we were talking about.
But maybe instead of listing EGs on the final version, we specify like
Correct.
these could be temporary or ongoing or, like the established groups, those kind of a thing.
All right. So now we have 6. How do we feel
Sorry.
about, oh,
I
sorry,
have
go
one
ahead.
more. So 3.6 under old, we have to keep that somehow, I think. So that's promote legislation that ensures pharmacists are adequately provided with qualified resources to promote working conditions that minimize errors and improve health outcomes for public. We did quite a bit of work already, but this is something that I think is going to be a continuing concern that we have to keep working at. So some kind of a rebirth or continuation of that has to be.
All right. So now we have 7.
Okay, I'm good.
All right. It's just going to be a reword of, yeah.
Issue is improved working condition but yeah.
Well, I think we have to be careful though, too, is that we're not advocating for individuals or for businesses.
Right.
It's more about the results thereof of poor working conditions result in poor patient care and patient safety. So you
And
have to word it
medication.
in that kind of direction.
All right. So next we'll move on. Oh, I'm sorry. Are we ready? Okay, sorry. I thought I heard someone talk. Okay, so we're going to move on to communication and public education. Once again, Trish and I are going to switch.
All right, so for this goal area, we have a suggested new statement describing the goal area, and that is the board communicates with and educates consumers, licensees, policymakers, and stakeholders about the regulation of the profession. How do people feel about that suggested definition of communication and education?
As you all can see, the public was taken out. It was just education, just because it's educating everybody.
Yep.
I like
Can
the
we remove-
addition of policymakers, but I wonder if it falls here or if it falls in Ledrich.
I think it falls both, wouldn't you think, Nicole? I think that can be both.
I'm happy for it to fall here. I just asking if we all agreed this is where it lives.
Yeah, to me, policymakers are more than just legislators. There's
True.
Maybe that's what stakeholders mean. So
All right, I see a raised hand from KK.
Yeah, I was suggesting if we just remove the word policymaker and stakeholders would be a broad enough term.
Probably, yeah.
Okay, I see a
Jessica.
pause.
I think practice should still be included there. I think there's still a lot more education that needs to be done with consumers and with some policymakers regarding the practice. So I would keep that in, to be honest.
And then do we want to remove policymakers and just have it be the board communicates with and educates consumers, licensees, and stakeholders about the practice and regulation of the profession?
Sorry to be contrary here. I kind of feel like maybe we should keep policymakers called out because they may not necessarily fall under stakeholders. Do you know what I'm saying? Because sometimes
So a
we're,
lot of times they don't have a stake in it. So it's like, because they're the sometimes outsiders that is like really not involved in our world. That's why we put it in there. So I hope that is the rationale. Yeah, okay. KK gives thumbs up. So we're good. Green.
Okay. Very,
I got one more thing. So this may be out of context, so tell me if it is, but I feel like it's kind of missing access. Like we're talking about regulation and practice, but there's also reaching out for access so that people have access.
Access for us?
Or the public has access to pharmacy in general, understanding where, when, how. Does that make sense?
Any suggestions, Jay, on how to add a?
Give me a second. So the board communicates with and educates consumers, licensees, policymakers, and stakeholders about access, practice, and the regulation of the profession.
That's great. I think that's good. Yeah. Members?
Just a question. I like the word access. Just to trying to think, just trying to understand the thought process. Why do we want to add the word access?
Jay?
I feel like when dealing with communication and education, you're telling people, especially people who have, not especially, but in addition, people who have accessibility issues, and it wasn't specifically for that. How do you actually get things that you need from this pharmacy? Where are the local places to go? Where do I even find additional information? What do I know about this board? Like, we're reaching out to the public to tell them this is how you receive the service and this is what's required of your service providers.
I think it's a good point. Great point. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
I welcome the word access here. Great suggestion.
I think so, Jay, when your description to me fits more with accessibility than access. Like access to me is like knowing where the pharmacy is and how to use it, and that's not really what we communicate. So I think when you used accessibility, I got what you meant more than access.
I was saying both actually, but okay.
Yeah, that's what it
That's
sounds
acceptable.
like. I think Jay was, yeah. So we're not wordsmithing. So I think we got the concept, right? So
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Green.
all right. And then strengths, good email communication and informative. So good job with that. And we'll take a look at the weaknesses. So we've already taken care of consumer outreach and unclear communication. We can take a look at lack of resources, lack of licensee support, poor licensee engagement. All right, so in this one, I believe we have
We have four.
Yes, 4 objectives. So take a look at the first one and let us know what you think.
I guess I have some questions on the first one. Is this, I guess, who would we be providing brochures to? Like, how do we get that to the public or to consumers? Are we expecting to leave them in pharmacies or?
And you should chime in on this. I think
So
it could be anything.
Yeah,
really.
I think the action steps would probably describe how we would be doing it. But I think like, community fairs might be some of the things I don't know, through your action planning, you'll probably be describing how you're going to be doing it more specifically. But I think that there's, community events where you can do outreach, church events where you can do outreach, associations potentially, educate like schools, I think there's a variety of different things.
Okay. And then just a note on this issue. I wonder, and maybe this is a good question for some of the public members, but I think at least from the public, there may be some confusion because for a lot of people, you walk into a pharmacy and you see a lot of people in white coats. And so maybe there can be like some sort of education piece on kind of like what to look for to identify a pharmacist, like looking at name badges, so something like that. Because I think for a lot of folks, they may just walk into a pharmacy, see a bunch of white coats, and assume that it's a bunch of pharmacists working. And I think that's probably part of the problem in not understanding pharmacy practice from the public.
Okay, there's 2 hands raised. Claudia was first, I believe.
Yeah, and I think also this brings up maybe a good time to bring up social media. I guess our communication there could be guided maybe by DCA's communication strategy around our outreach as well, because we haven't been able to really do much updates to our social media strategy. So communication on social media, yeah, that works. Thank you.
Trying to see if that would fit into any of the 4 that we came up with, but may just
Yeah, that's.
there you go. Yeah,
Yeah.
that works.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you. Good call, Renee. Thank you, Claudia. And then Nicole.
Yeah, I agree that sometimes people don't understand the responsibility, but I think this is not the true problem we're trying to solve. I think this is secondary. Is what we're truly trying to solve that people need more access to a pharmacist? Like, I don't think this is the right wording of the problem to solve. Can someone who created this give a little more insight into what the thought was?
Spotlight on you guys. Sarah and Trisha.
I was gonna say, I don't think I came up with this one. I think here, this is more just to, communicate, the difference between the pharmacy and the pharmacy techs. But I do.
Is it more that people don't understand the role of a pharmacist and like when to go to a pharmacist or what a pharmacist needs? Like,
Yeah.
No, I
I
think it
guess
comes
what does it
from-
matter if they know who's a tech and who's a pharmacist? Like, what are we trying to achieve with that? Does that make sense? I'm not trying to be contrarian.
Because I also would say for that, like, this doesn't sound like something that's necessarily come up that we've discussed, unless I'm forgetting, but I do believe it's making sure that the public understands what pharmacists
Value.
can provide, the value of consulting with a pharmacist.
And if consulting is the main crux, it's not even mentioned, because that was my initial thought too. What does the public need to know the difference between a tech and a pharmacist, as long as they're being treated appropriately and they can consult when they need to consult with the right person? And, I didn't understand the breakdown of why we would spend a lot of time communicating with public education on the difference between one and the other.
I think that might have just came from the comments about the educational resources and outreach to consumers to be increased and expanded. And so, I mean, we could strike that out. We could change anything here. So
So I changed it to just the public awareness of pharmacists'
That's probably better.
roles. Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds right. And that's what I was trying to get at. That's what I thought we were trying to say, but
yeah, I think so too.
I don't want to do anything that inadvertently like puts down techs or makes techs like less than, because they're so important in the pharmacy. But I think we want to point out when to go to a pharmacist, if that makes sense.
Actually, now that I'm looking back at the how to address, I think part of the reason it was pharmacist versus pharmacy tech was for the career fairs portion is more as like communicating that pharmacy tech is an option that people can pursue as a career, but that might be a different item that you might want to cover.
Got it. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I think we should do pharmacist roles and responsibilities. And if we don't have it somewhere else, I want to call out consultation if that's not number 4. But yes, I think you're right in terms of getting more people involved in the profession, maybe highlighting pharmacy tech like careers, because yeah, there's a shortage. So yes, I think those are both valid.
All right, so with that clarification of the issue, how do people feel?
Oh, there's Maria.
Yeah, on the, sorry. Thank you for bringing up in the conversation, Nicole, because it got me thinking. Because I think like a lot of the times if you're doing an outreach at the high school level, which sometimes comes up, those students are very curious about it, but they don't know the difference. So it's for some, by describing it there, it's much more makes sense which way they want to pursue. So maybe having it separated is a good idea.
Maria?
Because that's a shortage too and impacts our profession.
I would just make a minor change on number 1 then, because now that we've changed it, that it would be responsibility of pharmacy personnel. So that way we could talk about, no, in the solution. Yeah, because there's more than just pharmacists and technicians. I think in the different practice settings, there are pharmacy personnel that work in QA, they work all buyers, there's all sorts of different interesting roles. So actually above the first sentence, it says of the profession, I would say of the professions, I would say of pharmacy personnel.
Okay, I'm seeing agreeing to go forward. So, all right.
Still don't, I feel like maybe Satinder said, but like maybe this, like, I don't know about the attend the school fairs, community fairs. Like, to me, that's just an awareness of pharmacy as a professional choice at a younger age, or somebody who's looking at what path they want to take. Pharmacy, and then if yes, then, pharmacy tech, pharmacist. Like if we have some kind of public education, it just could be pharmacy as a profession. And under the solution would be, school fairs, brochures, maybe social media, I don't know, something like that, since we do have a declining enrollment actually for both technicians and pharmacists.
Okay, so Sarah's made a separate objective for public awareness of pharmacy as a profession, and then solution attends school career fairs, community fairs, etc.
Would that work?
Yeah, I think that, to me, that is more clear. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Y'all better go to high school with all of us here. We're gonna go to all over the place.
Can we specifically in number 1, on either side call out consultations, because that always seems to be the number 1 thing we're looking for when educating about pharmacist availability, and that's been coming up a lot lately.
And just to clarify, what exactly about consultations are you wanting to like provide more awareness of?
To talk to your pharmacist to get a consultation whenever you get a new medication. And then specifically lately, the issue of using technology like AI could be dangerous, and you should still talk to your pharmacist, or could be inaccurate. Sorry, I'll try to be less biased in my language.
Nicole, are you adding to 1 on that one?
I don't know. Should it be separate or should it be in 1?
1 is getting a
It
little.
goes all in the roles and responsibility of a pharmacist. These are all the things that they do. So I think it could be just under 1.
Consultations is specifically where this keeps coming up lately. So I either want it in there or I want it as its own topic, but I'm open to either.
Sarah, that you can probably also note 4.1 old is covering kind of something like that. So I was gonna bring that up, but I think if it gets included into this, that would make it good. So
And once again, not everything that's written here is going to be included in that finalized one. I'll make it one sentence.
Can I just add like possibly the like being the value of consultations? I
Gotcha.
feel like we talk about that a lot. And then honestly, like create brochures. Can we just like, I don't know.
Don't
if
even need to
that's-
say it, right?
No, I don't think that's a thing. I think we have other ways to get information out to people than a piece of paper.
Did you want to say something, Justin? Did I see you move? Were you gonna say something? Okay.
Well, I would just say for the consultation piece, I think it could be its own separate thing. There are many times where a patient will just tell me, oh, my doctor went over everything, but there are some things that a pharmacist may bring up that the doctor hasn't necessarily gone over. And it's not necessarily with new medication either. Like if something comes up, say, hey, they missed a dose or they're not sure to take it. I think part of the education piece has to be knowing that the pharmacist is there for any consultation, not just for new medications.
Yeah, I agree, Jesse. I think you're right. I think it's a big enough topic to be separate because we've also been talking about the translation services and then the AI. So like there's a lot of things that keep leading back to consults. So good call.
All right, so we've added consultations as a six objectives. So
We're all over the place here. Let's go back to 2 then.
All right.
Right? We're done with 1?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to 2.
So here you have external communication and you're incorporating outreach to students, more outreach to applicants, licensees, associations, and organizations to build better relationships between the board and licensees.
I think yes, this is important, but I think the feedback we're getting on, and maybe this is number 4, sorry, I didn't look at it, but is that we need to have more communication specifically to consumers.
I think this was related to
So I don't know if that needs to be called out as a separate one or if we want to break this out, but the one that we keep getting feedback on is consumer communication is lacking.
isn't that 3 kind of? No, that's
We could maybe make 3 into it.
Or can we just make it say both to consumers and general public?
Now I'm fixated on keeping it less than 6. So I'm trying really hard. I'm trying really hard, Jules. Trying really hard.
So
I think that should just be external communication and everything else should be added on the solution because, it's the world. And I would take that first sentence out and put it down below where it talks about students.
Actually, what if they stay there and then we remove that other one? There was the other that was added here.
Oops.
Go to you, Claudia, and KK after. Just 1 second. Sarah is trying to.
Miss Maria said exact same thing I wanted to say. So.
Perfect. So when Nicole was talking to you, I was thinking that, the general public needs to know about the profession, but it also sounds like we want that pipeline of the future professionals in the profession. So how do we distinguish both of those?
And, the plan that environmental scan talks about external stakeholders feeling that the board doesn't support licensees. So it talks about poor communication with the licensees, and it feel like we're pushing this to make it with the public now. So I'm just throwing that out there as an awareness.
No, that's what I'm trying to clarify. So thank you.
So I think the outreach to students and everybody else is probably number 4. That was moved down to the other one. The public, I'm not sure if it should be separate, but the students and about future professions. It's not, where is that? No, 5, sorry. There you go.
Keep watching somebody edit something and I can't see the whole page. Yeah. What? What is? It's just really hard not to see the whole thing. So where is the? Can you show us the one that has the? Yeah. Yeah, there. Okay. So. All right. But now, if you go back up, what was 3 again? Sorry, it's just hard to keep it.
I know.
It's very disjointed. Yeah.
So 3 is expanding different platforms for outreach. And this would be like
This
social media, collaborating with
Right.
DCA
So I
Commerce.
guess 2 to consumers and the public. All right. I see. So you took that part out. Okay. All right. I see. Thank you.
And then I see Nicole Tebow has her hand raised.
Yeah, I'm going to advocate for separating communication to consumers and to our licensees. But I think we can make 2 be one of them and 3 be the other. Because our idea with expanding for different platforms for outreach was more related to consumers. So maybe we can kind of break up the 2. I think they're big enough and they have different needs that they should kind of be called out separately. But I think we can do it without adding another item.
I would like to keep platforms for outreach totally separate, because that's not what we say, but how. And that's something that I think we need to spend a lot more time, the how. Or the who, not the who. So number 3 being about platforms is really important, separate conversation. How,
Or maybe we add to both of them, like licensees and public called out, because it's a little different for each.
yes. So
So
the
I think we
answer would
could
be
keep
different.
both
Yeah.
topics and then subtopics are 1 for licensees, 1 for public, or we treat licensees and public each as their own topic. I can go either way.
Sorry if I missed this, but I guess for external communication, are we considering outreach to applicants and licensees external communication or internal? I guess my interpretation of external was the public or like the consumer versus internal being like the licensees. So I'm not sure if that needs clarification or maybe I'm just misunderstanding it.
Yeah, I think generally at the staff level, only speaking at the staff level, I think when we think internal, we think board members and staff, right? And then external is outside of the organization, if
Got
that
it.
makes sense.
Right, and is that green? We kind of workshop 2 and 3 together, so was the green for 2 and 3 together? All right, all right, so let's take a look at number 4, messaging on medication errors, focus on results of camera, however you pronounce that, and then reporting and identify education opportunities to reduce medication errors.
We spoke of Kamer somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So 4 is good, right?
Okay. Yep, I'm seeing.
I
green.
think 5 is I'm a little hesitant. I'm not gonna lie. 5 is where I'm most hesitant because it just sounds like we're really getting a little like 5 is here. I don't like 5 at all. So
Yeah.
I need help. I think
So-
I don't know how like because I don't know like how would I mean I get that it's related because of the shortage of employees. Yes, access to care, but like it's just getting a little too far into the territory where this is schools' responsibilities. These are the responsibility of trade schools, associations, and I don't like it at all. So just throwing it out there.
I really think we need to do a lot more public awareness of pharmacy as a profession. That's only one part. I remember when we used to have billboards and we used to have 30-second, what are those public service announcements and all those things we haven't done recently. I know they cost a lot of money. But I'm always proud when I see, it says, talk to your pharmacist. I think that's great to be more visible.
I would say, I think I'm the one that pulled that out just because I think it was, I don't know, somewhere else, 1, 3, somewhere, moved around. But I think the whole like career fairs and, community, like it was like, nope, not there. Oh, wait, not there. But I think just seeing it as a standalone, I think this is really out of the scope of this. I think of a goal. I think in terms of communication and public education, if we will attend these if requested, right? I mean, or as much as possible, I guess. I mean, there are like we go out and speak to different, I don't know. There's the list of requests. I don't know that they necessarily are career fairs, but
And I think that this number 5 is more like it could be as we operationalize our objectives under 2. It could be we could try, but not like as a objective.
yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Yes.
So we have a couple of raised hands. First, Claudia Mercado.
Oh yeah, I agree. I think it's okay to take it off. I think we can get innovative on how to do that through the communications overall and the strategy that we're going to be working with DCA.
Okay, and then Nicole Tipo.
Yeah, I'm okay with taking it off. I do think we're missing one though, so maybe we can plug this into 5. The problem to solve being standard of care, communicating out about it. And then the solution, we'll have to play with the exact wording on that, but just sharing resources on standard of care, since this is like a relatively new concept that's going to be evolving for.
So I agree, Nicole, but I think we now added standard of care in at least 2 or 3, I feel like. And I think it's going to get a little messy as we really, like, who's going to do this? Oh, no, it's this. It's communication. Oh, no, it's licensing. Oh, never mind. It's actually compliance. And so I think we got to kind of just maybe, I don't know, like put it in one place. And if that turns into because, okay, remember, okay, so just a reminder, we update this annually. We monitor where we are on each of these objectives, and nothing precludes us from adding any objectives as we move forward. This is not like one time we do it and we have to be stuck with it for 5 years. So just a friendly reminder, so we can always add as things move forward. But I think maybe it's, see, Jules, I'm trying to keep it at 6. See, trying to keep it at 6. So just my advocacy would be to not adding too many, and maybe add later if we feel that that's necessary, because we already have it, I think, 2 at least committee levels related to that.
This is Renee. I think, oh, sorry. But I just think a lot of times something comes out of those committees and has said, oh, let's take that to communication and public education to move that piece forward. Like we've identified what needs to be communicated and send it to how it's going to be communicated, or how to communicate it. Right. Anyway,
so Renee and I are in the same idea is it doesn't need to be a goal to be an agenda item. That it could be like, even for consultation, I'm thinking that why do we actually need to have a communication goal of the value of consultation? It's just like for standard of care. You could argue that those to-dos would come from reports from a committee that is the goal, and we need your help with the communication part. But I think we just have to be careful that it's not just becoming things that only goals are worked on the agenda. You will be getting we always need communication.
Yeah.
I would argue to keep consultations because that has been so consistent. But I totally get the point on standard of care and happy to hold off and wait. The other one I want to flag, I don't know exactly where it goes, maybe 2 or 3, is if we could call out DEIA in our communications as well. Just making sure that we're bringing that equity to our communications and accessibility.
Oh, 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 never mind. Not I.
I wanted to
Gotta run
add
flag.
4.4 back in. We've done a lot of work in the last few years about communicating with interns and students regarding the understanding of the board and the consumer protection mandate. So I think that we should continue to have that to be a goal, that we have ongoing communication with pharmacy students, pharmacy technician students, and interns. So that's 4.4 from the last one, if everyone's agreeable.
And just to confirm, you wanted
Would
that
that
as a
be under
new?
Externals or separate?
Separate.
It's 4.6, right? No,
4.4.
Okay, I got that one.
But curious as what others think, because we've restructured them. What Satinder said is it may fit into something above, and I'd be okay with that too, so long as that is caught somewhere.
I kind of think it fits in with external since it's already created, or we have to
Yes.
update the words in some way.
Like it could be part of the external communication.
So then you would specifically list pharmacy students and interns then? Okay. As long as we keep that, because that was a gap that we recognized several years ago, and I'd like to continue working on that.
Well received, few that I attended, so.
All right.
So close, everybody, on this. Remember, we have 3 more agendas to go.
All right, so last one, and Trisha and I will do one more switch. Okay, so this one is marked as organizational development in the scan. However, we have changed the title to organizational effectiveness. And here we also have a new suggested goal area description, which reads, the board efficiently and effectively uses resources and personnel to meet goals and objectives. How do we feel about that?
Yeah, I like it. I mean, anything else that we should know about the governance role? I think for me it sums it up. I mean, it's just to be efficient, use the right resources.
Oh, here we go. Hold on. Red flag.
Member Serpa?
Light of the World Cup. I like that you keep throwing that red card there. Somebody's gonna be ejected from this room.
I guess the question for Anne is, to meet goals and objectives, would that be sufficient to meet the goals of DCA too, not just our internal? Because I know you do a lot of reporting about operational effectiveness. That's not the right word, but the budget, the FTEs and all that kind of stuff. Those are goals, are not necessarily goals and objectives per se, like they're not in this goal area, unless you're going to add it to be one of the goals about your other I don't know, they're not stakeholders, but the people that are above the board.
Umbrella, yeah.
Yeah.
I think the broadness of it, it's fine in my opinion, if people are comfortable with that.
Green?
All right.
Green?
Sounds like we're good with the suggested one. All right. Okay, so the top strength in organizational effectiveness, people felt you were really good at your board meetings, and they also felt that the board had very strong leadership. All right, and to get into some of the areas for improvement, people felt that customer service was poor responsiveness to emails and calls, poor internal communication, poor licensee board relationship, and understaffed. And then one item from the Sunset Review report was digital record keeping. And don't feel bad, these topics are on every single client I've worked with. So everyone has these issues. All right, and here we have 4 that we have already come up with. So that first one, we have training for staff to establish continual training for growth and development. And one example was training on compounding, just so staff, kind of have a better understanding of compounding. And that's just one example. That wasn't like, the only thing that they're gonna do training on. How do we feel about that? Everyone's tired, so we're giving greens.
I think establish continue innovative training, and I say the word innovative because I know we have some videos and some things coming up, but I think finding ways to make things more interactive and more like get the buy-in from staff.
Was innovative was the same adjective used for the new computer system earlier? Was it?
I think we did use the word innovative, yeah. Continue the training. So we can leave it.
Perfect, right? Right? That'll be the right match with that's what we used before.
Yeah. And then can you clarify, for example, on compounding, was that added as an example just because it's one of the harder topics to kind of?
Yes, that was just one of the examples that was given during the pre-strategic planning session.
And then to address the problem, training for staff, who gets trained on what?
Claudia, I think what this is intended to kind of convey is, right, so 50,000-foot view, my coworkers, right, the Board of Pharmacy staff are the most important resource that we have.
Right.
And so we want to ensure that people are set up for success and continued success as they continue, working for the board. So really the intent here is to convey the importance of ongoing learning.
Just period. Okay, understood. Thank you.
Nicole, go ahead.
I'm not sure if this is allowed, but could we include calling out the use of subject matter experts? Because there's no way staff like the inspectors could be experts in every single area of pharmacy. There's so many different types of pharmacy. So using subject matter experts for some of those niche and obscure areas.
I think that's getting a little too, I would imagine
Is
that.
that too specific?
Because I think our staff, I know I hear we use SMEs a lot in terms of when we need it. So I think that should be determined by case already. I don't know if that's necessary to be called out, but great suggestion, Nicole.
Okay.
I think it's already kind of engraved into your, right, Ann? You can speak for it. I'm not sure why I'm speaking for you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I will just say that where we feel like we're, we need a little bit of shoring up, we absolutely work with outside experts.
Okay, thank you.
All right. In that case, we'll look at the second one, available resources. Evaluate resources to identify gaps and consider reallocation. All right, I got a hand raised from Board Member Mercado.
I'm not sure this is repetitive, but evaluate resources to identify gaps and consider reallocation and ask for support from DCA, or just ask for additional support when needed, whatever works best.
So that could tie into our old 5.1
Okay, let's put a note.
and 5.3. So it's kind of all.
Thank you.
That was 5.1 and 5.3, correct?
Yeah, they're all kind of
Okay.
in there. I think it's this.
Right.
Yeah.
The third one, training for board members, establish continual training for onboarding and growth of new board members. How do we feel about this one?
Can we, so when I heard the word growth, how do we measure growth? Or, I mean, just again, I know this is kind of broad, but just those are the first things
Yeah.
that I thought about. If there's another way that we can think about this, like make us more effective in our role for onboarding and role effectiveness, or
Effectiveness.
Because I think growth is kind of, could be personal.
All right. Any other comments on, oh, we already went to the next slide. Okay. And then the last one, significant loss of institutional knowledge, evaluate knowledge gaps in business processes to ensure business continuity for succession planning, ensure streamlined institutional knowledge transfer to staff, strengthen staff's critical thinking and operating skills. How do we feel about this?
I know it sounds like an obvious statement, but we have to make sure that this is done. So that's why it's there.
And I got a raised hand from Board Member Mercado.
Yeah, and I think the part that's missing for me is establish a centralized or define a centralized area for this knowledge, a data graph that we have as an organization collectively and then also individually. And what I mean data graph is we have this data graph of how we do things and how we operate, but where is it stored and how is it compartmentalized? I know there's a new system coming on board, so that's what I was thinking. That's already in the works, but just to put it here.
Anything on this last objective? All right. Are there any other topics that you want to be included in organizational effectiveness? No, this is the only goal area we didn't add stuff to.
Okay, Anne said no, thank you. Jules, Janice, Debbie, you guys are okay.
All right. Okay. So I got to do some quick calculations. It's 31. Okay. So we have, it was originally 23, now it's 31 objectives. And it was proposed to do a 5-year plan for this. Does that sound correct? That would put you at 2031 for this being complete. All right, perfect. Okay, we just have a couple more slides and then we're done. So basically next steps, Solid will be drafting that strategic plan. It'll then go to the executive officer for review, edits, and approval. And then you'll approve it at your next, you'll approve and adopt at your next board meeting. And then after that, once the new strategic plan has been adopted, we'll schedule action planning. And what action planning does is we're going to take each of those objectives and assign individual tasks underneath them. We'll assign responsible staff, due dates, and kind of performance measures. And you'll get a tracker out of that, which gives like a nice little automatic graph that like updates every time you mark something as complete. A bunch of our clients really like it. I always shout out OMBC because they love to show it in their board meetings. So you'll get that. And I believe, one more slide, right? Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Once again, I'm Sarah Ronnie and my co-facilitator, Tricia St. Clair.
Thank you. Huh? Oh, yeah. Okay. But we're not done yet.
Yep.
We have to do public comment. So, public comment in person. You have 3 minutes. No? Okay. We are ready for public comment in WebEx.
Hi, this is the moderator. If you would like to make a comment on strategic planning, you may look for the raise hand icon at the bottom of your WebEx screen. And if you're joining us by calling, you may press *3 to raise your hand. We'll give you a moment. I see no raised hand.
Anybody here? Okay. All righty. Thank you, moderator. Thank you, Sarah, Tricia. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, members, for this is, you know, I knew it was going to be a little tough journey, but you guys did it almost. So then we'll have a draft at the next meeting, not the next meeting, but the one after. Oh, I thought you were going to give me a red card. Sorry. I'm like, oh my God. It's like, what did I do wrong? Okay. So All right, we're ready to move on. Nicole, are you ready? Do you need a break? Okay, we're ready to move forward. Agenda item 7, Communication and Public Education Committee, which soon will be called Communication and Education Committee Report, I think. Now I will turn the meeting over to Chairperson Tebow to provide a report from the Communication and Public Education Committee. There will be a lot of tongue twisting going on next year, so we're changing names of the committee. Nicole, floor is yours.
Thank you, President O. On behalf of the Communication and Public Education Committee, I am pleased to provide the board with a summary of the committee's discussion from our June 10th, 2026 meeting. Thank you to my fellow committee members, Co-Chair Jay Newell, Renee Barker, Claudia Mercado, and Ricardo Sanchez. The first item is the summary of discussion on how to inform the public on the value of a consultation. During previous committee meetings, members expressed a strong interest in exploring how the board can better educate the public on the purpose and value of a consultation. Currently, there are resources on the board's website for consumers, including the Talk to the Expert campaign, a video on how to avoid medication errors, and FAQs on why should I talk to my pharmacist. During our committee meeting, members discussed these materials and considered different ways to expand the board's outreach. Members expressed support for identifying organizations across diverse communities and proactively engaging with them to collaborate and enhance the board's outreach efforts. Members suggested partnering with organizations that focus on specific diseases that rely heavily on medication usage, for example, HIV-related organizations and the American Cancer Society. Additionally, members recommended direct engagement with patients to understand what they find most valuable during consultations. Members were reminded of the listening sessions on pharmacist-provided consultation that were recently convened, which included both consumers and licensees. My understanding is that more information on these sessions will be provided during tomorrow's Enforcement and Compounding Committee report. Members also requested that efforts and work related to pharmacist-provided consultation be coordinated collaboratively across the various committees. Further, members suggested that the board consider outreach to pharmacist associations in different practice settings. Public comment on this discussion suggested alternative means to provide education, including through engagement with other organizations, including the California Alliance of Retired Americans, other state boards of pharmacy, church groups, and other community-based organizations. Members, do you have any comments? Okay. Seeing none, we can now open for public comment. We can begin with individuals participating in the Sacramento location.
There are none.
Thank you. Moderator, we're ready for public comment for individuals participating via WebEx.
Hi, this is the moderator. If you would like to make a comment on this agenda item, you will further use an icon at the bottom of your WebEx screen. And if you're a call-in public member, you may press *3 to raise your hand. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. See no raised hands. I return the floor back to you, Chair.
Thank you. I'll now bring the discussion back to members. Any comments from anyone? Okay. Seeing none, I'll move on to our next topic, and I look forward to continued discussion on the issue. Our next topic is the summary of discussion on highlighting translation materials for consultation. I told you all, consultation's coming up a lot in our committee. Relevant law is included in the meeting materials, including the provisions for interpreter services to be available at no cost during all hours a pharmacy is open. A point to your language notice must be posted or provided at pharmacies for patients to identify what language they are requesting. Further, pharmacies must display the notice to consumer poster or display the notice on a video screen accessible to all consumers. During our committee meeting, we discussed the matter and decided to merge the topics of value of a consultation with translating materials for consultations. Additionally, members would like to expand on the available translation options, such as using technology, for an example, an iPad, to assist with translations for patients with different needs compared to situations where an individual has access to translation services only by using a landline phone. For example, people with hearing loss or deafness. Members support the idea of working with various ethnic community groups and noted that there are concerns that a layperson serving as a translator, such as a patient's child, may not fully understand the pharmacist's instructions and use a different word that could affect the patient's care. Members noted that there is concern with the use of casual verbiage versus medical terminology, for example, using the word sugar instead of blood glucose. Public comments spoke in support of efforts to ensure patients receive necessary information. Commenters suggested that the board engage with various pharmacist groups, for example, the Indian Pharmacist Association. Members, as part of your comments, I believe it would be helpful to share any context that you may have that can be shared with us as we try to expand the reach of our messaging. Members, do you have any comments or suggestion for contacts?
Hi, Nicole, it's Jessie. I don't have necessarily a recommendation for contacts, but just in my own experience, something that I observe a lot is that sometimes pharmacy personnel will serve as like unofficial translators, depending on the institution. And that, similar to, a layperson translating, can also lead to incorrect consultation and translation. So that's another topic I think would be good to continue looking into, is maybe discussing like what policies and procedures actually meet the requirements to serve as a translator for an employee working in a pharmacy.
Totally agree. Any other board member comments? Yes, Satinder.
Well, although I like the idea of using iPads and so on for translations, but sometimes that you run into similar issues as we talked about the child or the person who may not be fully trained in the pharmacy regarding translating medical. Sometimes the translations in those devices also leaves something to be desired. So I'm struggling with that. Although you want to have as much access as possible because it's better than nothing, but on the other hand, you could give possibly wrong information, and pharmacists may not be able to catch that they're laying wrong information. That's all.
Yeah, that's a great point, Satinder. When we were having our conversation, we were talking about specifically translation services provided through an iPad.
Okay.
But you're right, there's also those like translation apps, which we don't have
Yes.
as much control of. They're not like a certified translation. So yes, there's both situations to consider for sure. Was there
Nicole,
other
this is,
public comment in the room?
hi, Nicole, it's Maria. Just a couple of things to share. Context, not contacts, but context was the use of lay people to do translation. You talked about some of the challenges, and in different situations, like for example, in the hospital situation, oftentimes we're required to use certified translators because of the nuances in language and sometimes confidentiality. I'm not sure if such an extent is needed in the community, because oftentimes we are talking to family members or friends who are picking up prescriptions. And so we already commonly go through a third party. So that's a little bit different, something to consider. The other thing is, continuing what Satinder said, in another organization I work with, we do a lot of materials for Spanish-speaking communities, and oftentimes find that every time we run it through a program or a translation service, we still need to have a person read it, because the translations are not one-to-one, and sometimes you inadvertently can say something really insulting or not meant to be in a negative tone, and find that we do a lot of corrections by having a real live person reviewing the final document.
Just have one thing to add from my perspective. It is this is a great discussion, but just for food for thought for members, like in a community pharmacy setting, in a fast-paced environment, sometimes just deploying your employees who speak pretty good translation is actually more beneficial, because if you actually go through the official channel of translation, the call and the steps, that person may just be discouraged to even wait for you to actually use those official translation, and actually even worse, because then you're not even getting any information for that person. They're just going to say, no, thank you, I'm going to go. So I just want us to keep that in mind. Sometimes, we have to be realizing the perfection can be the enemy of the good, and some information actually is helpful with utilizing some of our own employees who can provide some information. So that's just my 2 cents.
Satinder?
I just want to add to that. I had actually a personal experience. We want to be careful when we're developing these that we don't come in the way, because I had an exact scenario actually with my family members where at the hospital they were couldn't speak the language, so they wanted to bring a translator. Translator was not available to come in translate. They would not accept me to be translating because I'm not certified, and this ended up resulting in a delay in treatment by the time they were able to get it. So you end up just it's just what President O just alluded to, is exactly happened to me at one time.
So
Okay, Kate, did you
I'll
have a
add,
que- oh, sorry.
sorry
Go ahead.
about that, Nicole. I would add to that. I think there are institutions that at least test their employees and have like different levels of translation that person can provide, which I think is a good standard to go off of. So it's not necessarily that someone has to be a professional translator necessarily, but there are institutions that do implement some sort of testing, at least, where a lot of places don't do any testing. You can just basically walk in and say that you speak a language, and you're free to translate however you want, and there's really no way to verify, unless you speak that language, what is being translated. And then just another note too, as we consider what organizations to collaborate with, and I don't know any offhand, but so many of the people within California do speak Spanish, so it may be good to also collaborate with some Spanish-speaking organizations to see what we can do for advocacy for that population. But I know we have a list of, 13 or so languages. But I appreciate this topic. So thank you, Nicole, for spearheading this conversation.
Yeah, it's really important, and it's really subtle because it's both sides. I've seen people do translations and it's wrong because they weren't certified. But then I've seen, people not want to wait. It gets really tricky. Then there's not like one good answer. So, but I think exploring this and at least making people aware can be helpful. Is there any other board member comments? Okay.
I
You
don't
all
have
are really
anything new
tiny
to
on my
add.
screen, so apologies. Can't really see you. So at this point, let's open
I
it up
think,
for public
Nicole,
comment.
sorry, KK, were you saying something? Sorry.
That's okay. I don't have anything new to add, but I can say I have exact same experience as Satinder. Delay in service, and they will not accept me as a translator. So, I can relate to that.
Thank you. Yeah, it's very tricky. It's very subtle. I've also I speak Spanish, but I learned it in school, very formal, and that I've translated for people, and sometimes they don't understand the word I'm using because it's too formal of a word, whereas a more like common word is used to describe that. It's very subtle. It depends on the health literacy of the person to a lot of levels. So anyway, a lot more to come on this topic. Assuming there's no more board member comments, but jump in if there is. Okay, hearing none, we can go to comments, public comment in Sacramento.
There are none.
None there. Okay, we can go to public comment in WebEx, please.
All right, this is the moderator. If you would like to make a comment, please click on the icon at the bottom of the screen. And if you're a calling public member, you may press *3 to raise your hand. You're displaying instructions and we'll give you a minute. We do have a comment. Vincent, you're going to be seeing an unmute request on your screen. You'll have 3 minutes with a 10-second warning to make your comment. Please click on the unmute request on your screen to make your comment. Thank you.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Wonderful. I just want to thank the board for all their comments. All their comments are encouraging. I've met with, actually this past weekend, 4 different lead technicians who all translate in the pharmacy. And yes, they all admitted that there's been things on the vaccine form or DUR consultations that they had to dumb down. And they all work at CVS EMOS stores. So the perception is you can only speak Spanish if you work at these stores, and they do get hired on as Spanish speakers. And, they don't want to point themselves out there exactly what they've had to dumb down or kind of translate it incorrectly, of course, like heart palpitations. One of them even said, like, I grew up speaking Spanish. I never had to use the word quarantine. So she actually got corrected because she had translated someone to retire, which is, that explains why he kind of freaked out. So I do appreciate the comments. I do know that some employers do offer some kind of either basic translation specifically for Spanish or medical terminology. You have to pass certain tests to be authorized to translate, either in a general setting or medical terminology part as well. I do think there's organizations out there. There's definitely opportunity to either make this either a requirement or an option that either the board can provide or maybe California Pharmacists Association can provide. 'Cause I haven't seen any at the moment. But at CVS, they do offer Spanish medical terminology, but unfortunately the employee has to pay for it. And not many of us can come up with $1,000 up front. And if you pass, you get your money back. But you have to come with the money up front. So thank you for your comments.
Thank you so much.
I see no other comments. Arjun, the floor back to you, Chair Table.
Thank you. Members, did you have any additional comments before we move on to the next topic? Okay. Hearing none, I'm going to take us on to the next agenda item, which was the summary of discussion on educating pharmacists on Medi-Cal changes. For our non-pharmacist members, Medi-Cal is the name of our state Medicaid program. Members, on January 23rd, 2026, Medi-Cal RX released a reminder on the upcoming changes to provider enrollment requirements for Medi-Cal. Information that was provided indicated that for a pharmacy claim to be processed and paid, the individual prescriber, such as a doctor, on the claim must be enrolled in Medi-Cal using their Type 1 National Provider Identifier, that is the NPI number. The information released further specifies that the requirement also applies to pharmacists initiating prescriptions under their own authority, such as those possibly doing vaccines, depending on the circumstances. In February, the Board of Pharmacy notified licensees through email that the changes were coming and encouraged them to enroll before the changes take place. Additional information regarding this change is available on the Medi-Cal RX Education and Outreach page. Separately, Medi-Cal RX released information on ICD-10 diagnosis codes on pharmacy claims. Also for our non-pharmacist members, ICD-10 codes are a type of diagnosis code that's associated with medical visits. So whatever your specific visit was for, those codes will be associated with it. This information indicated that effective fall 2026, ICD-10 diagnosis codes will be required for pharmacy claim adjudication. The notification provides that the policy change will apply to all pharmacy claims submitted on or after the implementation date, including claims for refill. So if a prescription was written before it went into effect, but still has refills, that rule about having those ICD-10 codes will apply to those remaining refills. According to the Department of Healthcare Services, DHCS, pharmacy providers and prescribers should complete the following actions. Prescribers should provide the appropriate ICD-10 diagnosis codes with the prescription to ensure pharmacy providers have access to the information and document the ICD-10 codes in the member's electronic health record for auditing purposes. Pharmacy providers should immediately begin including ICD-10 diagnosis codes on the pharmacy claim submissions. Pharmacy providers may contact the prescriber if the ICD-10 code diagnosis code is not listed on the prescription. The Department of Consumer Affairs, DCA, is collaborating with DHCS to ensure licensees are apprised of these upcoming changes. It is staff's understanding that draft communications are currently undergoing review for dissemination by all impacted healing arts boards. During our meeting, members suggested putting the information on the board's website and sharing the information with pharmacy schools. Staff will reach out to DCA to inquire about the possibility of creating a landing page for licensees. Members suggested that additional communication be sent out by the board, even if the information falls somewhat outside of the board's scope, when it may still impact consumers. It was also noted that some of the ICD-10 codes are extremely specific and may reveal unnecessary personal information. For example, PEP and PrEP related codes, that's for prevention of HIV, may reference homosexual, bisexual, or heterosexual sexual behavior. And other codes may include gender affirming details that could inadvertently disclose SOGI data, which is sexual orientation or gender identity information. Members emphasize that pharmacists may need to consider privacy implications when entering ICD-10 codes. Public comment indicated that the changes were related to anti-fraud efforts by the federal government, suggesting that DHCS does not have control over the changes. Public comment also shared that students do not learn ICD-10 codes in pharmacy school. So again, just to kind of reiterate and wrap this all up, when these changes go into effect, if the NPI number of the prescriber or the ICD-10 diagnosis code is not there, prescriptions are going to be rejected by Medi-Cal. Most of the communication about this so far has been sent to pharmacies, putting the burden on pharmacists to convey this information to the providers. And it's not being directly conveyed to the consumers. So when this happens and doesn't go through, the consumer is going to be told and faced with it at the pharmacy and probably be upset at the pharmacy that it's happening. So with that, what comments, members, do you all have?
Well, I have a lot of thoughts on this, but I don't think that anything that we can solve. Unfortunately, really, this is a really concerning issue because from the professional experiences I've had, just even asking patients where they're applying their topical cream they were prescribed, I had many times they gave me such an attitude of, why do you need to know? So I can't even imagine what kind of struggles this is going to cause and havoc it's going to cause. So we really need to somehow figure out a way to make a connection with DHCS and really figure that out. I can't imagine that it's that hard. Well, maybe it is, but I don't know why it's hard for them to figure out current claims data for the last like 6 months and figure out the ones that are not PAVE on their PAVE account and then match it, let the Healing Arts Board know, and so that they can maybe communicate to them. I'm hoping there's a way, because this can cause real havoc in so many areas and layers of patient care, and there could be delays in care. So we really need to figure out how we can get. And I know that we're like literally the middleman asked to do something about it when we're not a driver of any of these. But unfortunately, I think as a lot of pharmacists are gonna feel out in the fields, they're gonna be dealing with all these problems. And we are going to be hearing the problems from our consumers and pharmacists. So we really need to do something.
Agreed. Satinder?
Oh, I agree 100%. I don't know if I have a solution.
Yeah.
Been
I mean, I
same
think the
way.
best we can do is at least telling people, at least we know not everyone is signed up for the Medi-Cal communications, but all pharmacists have to be signed up for our communication. So at least there's a bit more of a chance that they might see it. Other comments?
I think I know the second part where the pharmacists need to be registered with the Medi-Cal. That I know is going on in the pharmacies. They are proactively getting pharmacists registered for with the Medi-Cal, with NPI. But I think that component about the ICD-9 codes, I can definitely see that's not under our control. It's going to be an issue when it comes, delay in treatment, probably because to try to get the ICD-9 codes.
Yeah, we actually ran into an issue where the software that our clinic uses had to be upgraded in order to send, like, we're getting some of the codes. It wasn't like none were coming through, but to send them like consistently on all prescriptions without manually entering it every time, we had to do like pay for and do an upgrade.
Well,
And a lot of people probably don't know that.
some of the ERXs are coming with the ICD-9 codes already, but that's plus, but system need to be, some systems can read it and input it, but others you have to do them manually and be able to see that it's on the other page or something like that. So there's those barriers.
Exactly. Anyone else? Any other comments? Okay. Seeing none, I think we're ready to open up for public comments in Sacramento.
There's none in Sacramento.
Thank you. Moderator, we're ready for comments in WebEx.
Of course, this is the moderator. If you would like to make a comment, please click on the raise hand icon at the bottom of your WebEx screen. You are displaying instructions. Meanwhile, we do have a comment. Kenneth, you're going to be seeing an unmute request on your screen. Please click on that to make your comment. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Ken Shell. I'm a past board president. I proudly served for my 2 terms. I think the issue that was brought up with regard to the ICD-10s on the prescriptions is a real one, but I think this is also an opportunity for the board to include this type of communication, the cultural competency that we have the licensees take, so that the licensees can be aware of that they may have to address these issues and deliver sensitive information, but it's an opportunity, I think, by involving the cultural competency requirement, having that in place so that 2 birds can be hit with 1 stone. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you.
Seeing no other comments, I turn the floor back to you, Chair Thibault.
Thank you so much. Bringing the discussion back to members. Any final comments before we go to our next topic?
Chair Tebow, I apologize. May we take a quick 10-minute break
Oh my
here?
God, I'm so glad I was getting ready to
Oh,
ask myself.
there you go. Mind reader here in this room. So
Perfect.
maybe 3:20. Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, hello. Sorry, I took a bite out of goldfish at the wrong time. We're ready to get started. Um, Jesse, are you back?
I'm back.
Thank you. Renee?
Present.
Thank you, Jeff.
Present.
Thank you, KK.
Present.
Thank you, Claudia.
Present.
Thank you, Jay.
Present.
Thank you, Ricardo. Thank you, Satinder. Thank you, Maria.
Here.
Thank you, Nicole.
Present.
Thank you, and I'm here, Chair Thibault. Back to you.
Thank you. We're going to move on to our next agenda item, which is the summary and discussion on draft fact sheet related to helpful tips for new pharmacists in charge. Relevant law related to this item is included in the meeting materials. Over the past several years, the board has pursued several policy changes and developed educational materials to assist pharmacists serving as a PIC, including the board training, Pharmacist in Charge Overview and Responsibility. Also, as part of the board's implementation efforts related to AB 1503, the board recently released a policy statement underscoring the importance of the role of a PIC. Continuing the board's educational efforts, staff prepared a draft fact sheet intended to provide newly appointed PICs with reminders about some of the requirements of the role and actions that must be taken upon appointment. During our committee meeting, members noted that they found the draft fact sheet to be brief and that it could benefit from some revision on the format. Members expressed that the material should more clearly inform the PIC about their responsibility for ensuring compliance with pharmacy laws and regulations. Members also stated that they would like the fact sheet to include additional context, examples, and more in-depth explanation to help licensees understand expectations. They further recommended making this a living document that can be updated regularly. Since the meeting, staff have taken recommendations from members and revised the notice. This version is designed to be more comprehensive with added information on the responsibilities of a PIC. New sections providing recommendations and additional resources have also been added. The revised version can be found in attachment 1. I would like to thank staff for getting that turned around so quickly. They did a really great job taking our recommendations and getting it changed so we could bring it here today. With that, members, do you have any suggestions or comments?
I do, but
Sure.
So was the intention mainly for newly appointed PIC, Chair Thibault? Was that the
I think the thought was, since it was kind of related to that there was going to be a lot of new people taking on the role of PIC for the non-resident pharmacies, the idea was that this could be a good resource for people who were unfamiliar, though the idea being that anyone could use it.
Okay. I think only thing I have, couple things, is hoping we can add a link, which is easy, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But the second thing might be a little bit bigger. So under the inventory activities and inventory reconciliation reports of controlled substances, I believe this requirement right here is for PHYs, and I think HSP has a different requirement. So I think this is just a little bit more kind of leaning toward focusing on that outpatient world, which is understandable, but hopefully we can have a little bit more on both HSP, new PIC, and then PHY PIC. That's my only suggestion.
That's a really great point. Thank you.
Nicole,
Are
this
there-
is Maria.
Yeah, go ahead.
I really like this document, and I like short rather than being too long also. So I'm afraid that I have several suggestions that might take you over the 2 pages, but maybe someone can be creative. I understand this is a draft, and so I'm hoping that there's going to be some sort of branding on it that will say Board of Pharmacy or have other kinds of, so it says it's from California. It doesn't say any, I mean, it has references to BPC, but some sort of branding, I think, would probably be added to the final document. The other is content. The inventory reconciliation activities are done in the HSP. So I'm not sure what President O is talking about. It may be the requirement within 30 days, maybe the difference, but we do this in the acute care environment too.
I think in HSP, reconciliation has to be done quarterly for all controlled substances versus PHY. Reconciliation is done according to this right here in that. So I think that is the difference.
Okay, someone can look at that. I'm not familiar with all versus just the twos and these. But I did want to ask in that section, because it did kind of throw me because this is how it is written in our regs, where it talks about inventory activities and inventory reconciliation reports. It drew me to the conclusion that I would like to see if we could add a note in this section that says something about seeing some of the federal requirements. So something like see pharmacist manual for federal DEA requirements, because as a PIC, I think you should be doing a complete inventory in addition to the reconciliation activities. And if you're, you need to count the 3, 4s at least, if even the 5s, if you're going to take responsibility for them. And I think that's more of a federal guideline. So I'd like to include a note in that section if that's possible. And then I know that inspectors look for this, but I couldn't find it necessarily in our regs. But under additional recommendations, one of the areas that I always suggest people do when they become a new PIC is to really review who specifically is authorized to order drugs, that they actually look at the list of names of people that are authorized to order drugs, and that they update their powers of attorney, because as a new PIC, you need powers of attorney. I know those are really reviewed by DEA, but I believe board inspectors look at the POAs also. And then lastly, additional resource, I thought would be good to have a link to the Ask the Inspector line. I think that would be a good additional resource. And those are my only suggested additions. Thank you.
Very helpful. Thanks, Maria. Satinder?
I think it was covered by both of them already, but only thing I want to emphasize is that anytime there's a reference to a regulations, maybe we can hyperlink that, or so that, because sometimes there's a more complete version in the regulations that, easily accessible instead of like trying to make the page 20 page long, whatever. So I think it'd be just adding hyperlink to the online form. That's all.
Good idea. Other member comments? Okay, seeing none, can we open it up for public comment in Sacramento, please?
No one's speaking.
Okay, thank you so much. Moderator, we're ready for public comment via WebEx.
Right, because as a moderator, if you would like to make a comment, please click on the raise hand icon at the bottom of the red screen. And if you're a call-in public member, you may press *3 to raise your hand. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. So, raised hand, let us turn the floor back to you, Chair Siebel.
Thank you so much. Members, any additional comments, or I can move on to the next topic? Okay, not seeing any. Next up on our agenda is the summary of and discussion on possible action to approve the fact sheet related to what to expect during a non-resident pharmacy inspection. As part of the board's discussion on implementation efforts stemming from AB 1503, the board referred to this committee development of materials on what to expect during non-resident pharmacy inspections. Attachment 2 includes a copy of the draft fact sheet. During our committee meeting, members stated this form was appropriate. In response to a question from members, staff noted that currently supervising inspectors proactively reach out to some licensees on a periodic basis to get feedback on the inspection process. Public comment thanked the board for developing the fact sheet, as well as the previously released policy statement regarding non-resident pharmacies. Members, do you have any suggestions or comments? Okay, I'm not
I
hearing
have
any. Yeah,
just
go
one
ahead.
thing, Nicole. I think under additional items, I think we don't need probably the interpretive services poster as highlighted by our executive officer. So I think that poster probably is not gonna do anything because nobody's gonna physically go there.
Good point. Anything else?
I think that's it, but it may be a little hard, but when, if possible, only if possible, under documents to have available, including but are not limited to, I would love if we can add legal reference to why someone would ask for that, because there's actually a legal reference. But I know that gets really hard. So if it's not too much of a challenge.
I'm sure our wonderful staff can come up with an answer for that. And again, just want to thank them for how quickly they put this together and got this ready for the meeting. It was a really quick turnaround and much appreciated. Any other comments from members? Okay, seeing none, I think we're ready for public comment in Sacramento.
We don't have any.
Thank you. And then moderator, we're ready for public comment via WebEx.
Hi, this is the moderator. If you would like to make a comment, please click on the raise hand icon at the bottom of your WebEx screen. And if you're a call-in public member, you may press *3 to raise your hand. If we are displaying instructions, then we'll give you a moment. No raised hands. I turn the floor back to you, Tracy.
Great, thank you so much. Members, any additional comments before we move on? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to take us to our next agenda item, which is summary of discussion on patient use of artificial intelligence. Patients who use artificial intelligence AI to obtain information about health topics and drugs may find it convenient and efficient. However, doing so carries risks, including the risk of receiving misinformation. As AI tools continue to be integrated in technology used by patients, new patient safety risks are created. AI tools can generate inaccurate or incomplete prescription directions or side effects. A 2024 study found that 66% of inaccurate chatbot answers were potentially harmful if followed by patients. Patients may trust AI outputs too readily, an automation bias, assuming the system must be right, even when it is wrong. Large language models may fabricate drug facts or instructions with high confidence, a phenomenon called online hallucinations. These errors can be difficult for patients to detect. Additionally, AI tools typically lack access to a patient's full medical history, allergies, medical conditions, or lab results. This makes it unsafe for patients to rely on AI for individualized dosing or drug-drug interaction decisions. Just for my own knowledge, I went to a couple chatbots and our different AI chat versions and just plugged in the same question to them all. They were all different answers and several were wrong. So I just wanted to try it myself and see what would happen. And that was definitely my experience. During our committee meeting, members suggested a one-page fact sheet as a launching point to educate patients on the misinformation given by algorithms. Members would like to keep in mind the culture, generation, and socioeconomic gaps that can alter the information available on AI, going back to our discussion on DEIA. Members also raised concerns that AI-generated information may be inaccurate and could pose serious risks. For instance, an AI system might not identify potential drug interactions or adverse reactions. Because an AI chat box lacks formal pharmacy training and the clinical expertise of a licensed professional, it cannot provide fully reliable or comprehensive medication guidance. Consulting a qualified pharmacist remains essential. So we do recognize too that a one-page information sheet is not complete. This is not the end of this. This is just something we thought we could get started with and could do on a relatively quick timeline so that we have something out there. With that context, members, what suggestions, comments, concerns do you have on this topic?
It's a good idea.
What was that, Satinder?
I said it's a good idea. I agree.
Thanks. Yeah. What else? I know you all have feelings. Come on.
You have 5 hours. It's a complex issue. So I think, oh, go ahead. I'll let Claudia speak.
No, I think this is a great start. This is just the beginning of the beginning, so we just wanted to bring it in front of the board just so that we can start thinking about it. And then also the other thing that we also mentioned is how potentially AI is going to be rolled out by service providers as well. So it's not just the consumer interacting with these artificial language models as a way to get a somewhat of a consultation on their minds, but also the entities using AI to relate information or interact with the consumer. So just food for thought. A lot of stuff coming our way.
For sure. KK, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I think Claudia said it well with the beginning of the beginning, and I think it's gonna ever evolve from this point onwards. And at some point, I mean, I already seen in my own experience provider using the AI for charting and eliminating the need for a medical scribe already. So hopefully one day there should be a regulation or something that says the information provided to you was aided by AI and this was the model used. Again, that may be beyond the scope right now, but that's what I would think would be the first logical step. But as Claudia said, this is the beginning of the beginning and we yet to see what can happen. My personal experience, there are some good LLMs out there as well who give pretty good advice. And we actually conducted a non-scientific scientific experiment and it was pretty good. So it depends which one is specifically generated to create medical advice or which one are general AI models, and there will be different outcomes from those models. But more to see. Agree with what you said there.
Absolutely. Thank you. Really good point. I think too, kind of going back to our earlier conversation around, we were talking more specifically about consultations and translation, but health literacy, a patient might not realize something is important. So it may not put something into the question, like an over-the-counter drug or a supplement. They may not think that that's relevant at all, which could miss a drug interaction that could be very, very dangerous. I know President O, you like to go last. I haven't forgotten about you. Are there any other comments before we go back to President O?
Oh, no, Nicole. I know Jesse had something to say, so go ahead, Jesse.
Yeah, I appreciate this topic. Excuse me. I think, in the next 5 years, and this is part of why we included this on the strategic planning, this is going to continue to be an issue. I mean, the attitude of a lot of consumers is that the pharmacist is unnecessary. And a lot of that is because of things like AI, where they believe that they can just type in their medication and that's all that they need to know about the medication, even though it may not be accurate. Even from the pharmacy, we'll have patients who look up pharmacy law on AI chatbots and try to educate the pharmacists on pharmacy law, which is another issue. And one last piece is we actually have AI bots calling the pharmacy all the time, asking for like medications in stock. It's typically stimulants and controlled substances, but it's so advanced that they actually include background noise. So it sounds like they're working in an office and it sounds like someone's typing, but it's actually AI. So I really hope that we continue having this as like a core topic for communications. It's so essential for the public to understand that the information in these AI bots is not going to be more accurate than actually going in and speaking to a pharmacist or even calling a pharmacy and speaking to a pharmacist.
Absolutely. Thank you. Other comments? All right, back to you, President now.
Oh, thank you, Nicole. No, I just wanted to, I think that there's a lot of thoughts on this issue, obviously, but I just think that we really have to, utilize resources that can help everybody do their jobs, but also, and provide information to patients, but also just focusing on the human aspect of why we're all here. Because I think that's what's so scary to me is just this diminishing of humans. Like we don't even talk to each other if they don't agree on something in this day and age. And I think there are just so many technological situations going on that's dehumanizing our relationships and interactions. So It's frightening a little bit, but hopefully at least we can do what we can do here at the Board of Pharmacy. Thank you for bringing this discussion.
Great, thank you. This will be ongoing. There'll probably be a lot of things about this, but thank you all. We hear you. We're getting it started. With no more member comments, let's go ahead and open it up for public comment in Sacramento.
We do not have any.
Thank you. We can go ahead and open it up for public comment in WebEx.
Of course, the system moderator, if you would like to make a comment on this agenda item, you may look for the raise icon at the bottom of your WebEx screen. If you're a calling public member, you may press star 3 to raise your hand. We are displaying instructions. I can give you a moment. Seeing none, I return for vacuum chair technique.
Thank you. Okay, members, any additional comments? Okay, this will keep going. You'll have more opportunity in the future, I'm sure. All right, I'm going to take us on to our last topic. We're almost there, y'all. Our next agenda item is the summary and discussion on communication and public education activities by staff. The board recently released 2 newsletters. A special edition of the script was released in January. This issue focused on Assembly Bill 1503. And then more recently, we had the spring 2026 issue, which was released on May 29th. Attachment 3 has a list of the recent presentations and trainings given by staff members, and attachment 4 has a list of the recent news media inquiries. And attachment 5 lists recent social media posts. Members requested that staff document the social media platform currently used by the board and report the number of active users who follow the board account. Attachment number 5 has been updated to include X as the social media platform and added 1,003 as the current number of followers. During the meeting, members discussed the board's potential use of other social media platforms, including potential use of LinkedIn. During the meeting, there was some discussion about the board implementing LinkedIn. I just want to highlight that the board has not taken action to expand its social media beyond its use of X. Staff noted that expanding the board's social media presence remains an ongoing discussion with DCA, and I anticipate additional updates during our next committee meeting. Members, do you have any suggestions or comments on this topic?
Chair Tebow, regarding social media, I know Claudia is a big proponent, but I just would like us to be a little cautious on it. So especially as pharmacists, like I myself just like deactivated my account because of just possibility of unintended consequences. I think that because we're governed by such strict rules, Open Meeting Act, ex parte communication, and I think general public usually don't know how we function and the roles and responsibilities of us as members and the staff and how it's all supposed to function. And I think that, LinkedIn may work, but I just want us to be very cautious in terms of, all the rules that we have to follow and some questionable things that might arise out of it in that platform. I just get a little nervous if it's a two-way communication. I would like it to be more of, sharing information is fine, but I get very nervous with like a ability for maybe a two-way communication and ex parte communication and, people not knowing. I mean, in terms of, and with so much scam attempt going on, I mean, it's a well-intentioned activity that I think we just need to be very careful. And so I would like us to be just very cautious as we seeing how we can best communicate with the public.
Very fair point. It's getting tricky too because it kind of depends like what company owns the social media and it gets tricky. But so you don't want to get a board TikTok account and we can start doing TikTok dances at every meeting? No, just
Only
kidding.
if Anne dances, then I think I'll be okay. But not if she's not. No. So it'll have to be Anne Sodergren dancing on the TikTok videos. Yes.
Claudia?
Yeah, I'm a big proponent of social media, obviously with guardrails and with us being sensitive about its outcome, both for us as members, for the public, but also for the entity we represent, the board. With that said, we do have a major gap in our identity and how the public is perceiving us. As a leader and board member, sitting here as a public board member, there's a lot of confusion on my end as to what the board does and what are we actually accomplishing for the state of California for all 40 million individuals. So I would challenge us to just look at places like LinkedIn as an asset that we can use to amplify our message and also to amplify the state of California's ability to connect with the public through us. So I would proceed with caution, but I will definitely encourage us to have a discussion as soon as possible so we have the guardrails that everybody feels comfortable with.
And it sounds like some of that, and jump in, Anne, if I'm wrong, but is happening with DCA looking into it so that we can get some guidance about what's appropriate given our restrictions as a board. Is that interpretation correct, Anne?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Just want to make sure I got that right. Yeah, it's tricky. I've had people like none of my social media says anything about Board of Pharmacy, and I've had people find me on there and reach out, which always puts you in such a weird spot. So that's where it gets really, really tricky. I understand, but I understand we need to reach out to people can find us too.
Yeah, but as a side note, I mean, when we got on this board, we all, did an oath of office, and I think even the fact that I can really tell my network that I'm part of this board through something like social media kind of lowers the bar for all of us in terms of our role in the presence of the entity at the state level. So final thoughts. I just get excited over us just telling the public that we're great. That's all.
We appreciate your perspective, Claudia. You keep us honest. You keep us on track. Any other board member comments?
This is Renee. I think, with social media, this would just come in and evaluating it. But I think each of the different platforms has a fairly niche audience when it comes to the total population. So something like LinkedIn, a lot of professionals. I mean, depending on who we're really hoping to reach. I don't know how or like which social media that would actually be to say, for instance, our DEIA and thinking about all, say, social economic groups and such who may not be on social media or may be on various ones. So, I mean, I think we would look at that. I just don't, I am very cautious because just concerned about what people think they would want out of it, which would be some, like, to be able to throw out a question or something. And then that's just it gets messy. So anyway, but I think there's just a lot of social media, but I don't think it's really going to reach everybody. So it may be one part of it if it's well thought out.
Great. Thank you. Satinder, did you have a comment? Oh, sorry. I just had you on mute.
Hi, Nicole. It's Jessie. I agree with Claudia a lot regarding the social media, and I think this is a huge gap. I know that we obviously have our restrictions as a board, but I think the huge gap specifically when it comes to like the conversation we were having with AI, like there's a whole generation of people that we're missing by not having social media because so many of those consumers get their information from social media platforms that we're not necessarily on. But I think there could be a potential educational aspect that doesn't necessarily have to be a two-way street there.
Yeah, and I'm hoping, and I'm assuming that's part of what DCA is looking into. I don't personally know which ones you can turn off the two-way pieces and all of that, but I would assume that's part of what they're looking into. Another thing to think about, it wasn't part of this recent, but I saw in relation to the recent primaries and elections that a very large percentage, this was specific to the voting public, but a very large percentage of them, something like 66%, the only way you're reaching them is like television. And we have to consider that at the Board of Pharmacy, generally speaking, older adults are going to be using more medication and are maybe the people we're having the hardest time reaching. So we're all looking at social media, but are we missing a huge group if we don't have like television ads or news spots or something like that? So I think we need to look across different types of media as well. Are there other comments?
I got one. I'm not opposed to the exploration of social media. I personally feel like I have some issues with it. Even stuff like LinkedIn, when you accept someone as a friend, it can send a political message. Like when you just accept something, the people who you affiliate with can create a particular message, or who deliberately are affiliating with you in droves because there's a campaign for or against. But I'm willing to explore it. I think it is how this culture communicates right now. So whether or not I agree doesn't mean it doesn't deserve some, some tapping into to figure out where it can be useful and where it maybe is risky.
We're a generally cynical group, it sounds. I do think this could
I
be
don't
something.
think so. I don't think so. We're just very cautious here.
We're
We're trying
cautious.
to, you're
We're a
just,
bunch of pharmacists.
yeah.
Actually, sorry, Nicole, I have one thing in that, this is probably out of order, so if you want to cut me off, that's okay. But this whole discussion on like different generations had me thinking more about like the AI conversation we had. And I'm wondering if at some point the communications committee can kind of discuss how AI also creates barriers for different generations, like the use of kind of forcing patients to use apps or go through like phone systems where it's AI and you can't get to a human, particularly with people who have disabilities or people who are just not well versed in technology. It's really creating a barrier for them.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great accessibility.
Can't survive without a QR code, smartphone.
Yeah. Yep. I think too, with the social media, I'm not well versed enough to know, but hopefully DCA can answer this for us. I think there are some where it's not like they follow you as a business or as a whatever, but you don't have to like accept a request or interact with people. It's like you can just put out contact and people can just follow you or see you. So maybe something like that, so that we're not making any choices and that there's no visibility into who follows us. And like comments would be good, but we'll see. But yeah, you're right. We don't want people like sending us Ask an Inspector questions and then we can't like answer them and things like that. All right. Any other comments on this? I'm sure this is going to be an ongoing topic. All right. Seeing none from members, we can go ahead and open it up for public comment in Sacramento.
No one's moving.
Okay. We can go ahead and open it up for public comment via WebEx.
All right, this is the moderator. If you would like to make a comment on this agenda item, you may look for the raise-hand icon at the bottom of your WebEx screen. If you're calling public member, you may press star 3 to raise your hand or displaying instructions, and we'll give you a moment. Next time, I return the floor back to you, Chair Tebow.
Thank you so much. Members, any final comments? Okay, seeing none, this concludes the report for the Communication and Public Education Committee, and President O, I return the meeting to you.
Thank you, Chair Tebow, as always. Ready to move on to agenda item 8. We're almost there, guys. Discussion and possible action to rescind Prior board motion to initiate a rulemaking to add section 1750 and 1750.1 to Title 16 of the California Code of Regulations related to outsourcing facilities, as included in the meeting materials as part of the October 2022 board meeting. The board voted to initiate a rulemaking to add section 1750 and 1750.1 Title 16 of the California Code of Regulations to address changes in pharmacy law regarding outsourcing facilities. The regulation text was intended to describe the authority for outsourcing facilities electing to dispense patient-specific compounded preparations based on prescriptions, as well as to establish a self-assessment process for outsourcing facilities. As members may recall, the requirement for outsourcing facilities to complete the self-assessment process is now established in statute, making the regulation provisions no longer necessary. The meeting materials provide a high-level timeline for the regulation, given the significant changes that have occurred since the board initially approved the regulation text. Staff are recommending that the board rescind the rulemaking. Members, I agree with the staff recommendation. As I open for member discussion, should you agree with the staff recommendation, I would welcome a motion to rescind the board's prior action. I note that a possible motion is included in the meeting materials and displayed almost, hopefully. Let's move to the next slide. On the meeting slide. There it is. Members?
Hi, Chair O. I move to rescind the October 26, 2022 motion to initiate a rulemaking to add section 1750 and 1750.1 to Title 16 of the California Code of Regulations.
Thank you, Jesse. Do we have second?
Second that.
Thank you, Ricardo. Thank you. Any comments, members? All right. We are ready for public comment in WebEx. I mean, in person, and ready for public comment in WebEx.
Moderator, if you'd like to make a comment on the motion, you may look for the raise hand icon at the bottom of your WebEx screen. If you're a calling public member, you may press star 3 to raise your hand. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a minute. Comments are done for watching this people.
Thank you, moderator. Ready for vote, members. Jesse, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you, Jesse. Renee?
Yes.
Thank you, Renee. Jeff?
Yes.
Thank you, Jeff. KK?
Yes.
Thank you, KK. Claudia?
Yes.
Thank you, Claudia. Jay?
Yes.
Thank you, Jay. Ricardo?
Yes.
Thank you, Ricardo. Satinder?
Yes.
Yes, right, Satinder?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Maria?
Yes.
Thank you, Nicole?
Yes.
Thank you, and I vote yes. Motion passes. Next agenda item is 9, closed session. I would like to thank members of the public for your participation today. As indicated on the agenda, the board will now convene in closed session to discuss the items set forth on the agenda. Recess for the day will immediately follow closed session, and there will be no other items of business discussed today. Please note, recess for the day may not be viewable on the webcast. Members of the public, thank you for joining the meeting today. We'll start in about 5 minutes and 4:03 to our members in WebEx. So 5 minutes just to get everybody to go home to the hotels, get dinner, go party, whatever you want to do. We'll see you all hopefully tomorrow. Okay. The meeting is adjourned.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Bye. Bye, guys. See you all tomorrow, except KK and Nicole. Bye, Maria.
Moderator, we are ending the webinar on the WebEx now. Thank you everyone for joining us today.